Mend your pace, sweet to the beat. Hands up, embrace who you wanna be. We're reaching heights unseen. Oh, oh, oh. Feel the fire deep within. You're the key to where my trust begins. Join my dream, it's just the right time. Whoa, leave it all behind. Get ready now. Rise up into my world. Renew your definition. World so high, let me show and hear my declaration. No more ties. Off the ground and tap your feet. Look, stars are near when you feel the beat. We're bound for the greater height. Oh, 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 oh. Take a leap into the blaze. Don't lose yourself in mundanity. Join my dream, it is the right time. Whoa, leave it all behind. Get ready now. Sing along. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition. World so high, let me show and hear my declaration. No more ties. Leave it all behind. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition. World so high, let me show. Now hear my declaration. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition. World so high, we'll show and go beyond horizon, side by side. Mend your pace, sweet to the beat. Hands up, embrace who you wanna be. We're reaching heights unseen. Oh, 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 oh. Feel the fire deep within. You're the key to where my trust begins. Join my dream, it's just the right time. Whoa, leave it all behind. Get ready now. Rise up into my world. Renew your definition. World so high, let me show and hear my declaration. No more ties. Off the ground and tap your feet. Look, stars are near when you feel the beat. We're bound for the greater height. Oh, 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 oh. Take a leap into the blaze. Don't lose yourself in mundanity. Join my dream, it is the right time. Whoa, leave it all behind. Get ready now. Sing along. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition. World so high, let me show and hear my declaration. No more ties. Leave it all behind. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition. World so high, let me show. Now hear my declaration. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition. Mend your pace, sweet to the beat. Hands up, embrace who you wanna be. We're reaching heights unseen. Oh, 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 oh. Feel the fire deep within. You're the key to where my trust begins. Join my dream, it's just the right time. Whoa, leave it all behind. Get ready now. Rise up into my world. No more ties. Off the ground and tap your feet. Look, stars are near when you feel the beat. We're bound for the greater height. Oh, 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 oh. Take a leap into the blaze. Don't lose yourself in mundanity. Join my dream, it is the right time. Whoa, leave it all behind. Get ready now. Sing along. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition. World so high. Let me show and hear my declaration. No more ties. Leave it all behind. Leave it all behind. Mend your pace, sweet to the beat. Hands up, embrace who you wanna be. We're reaching heights unseen. Oh, oh, oh. Feel the fire deep within. You're the key to where my trust begins. Join my dream, it's just the right time. Whoa, leave it all behind. Get ready now. Rise up into my world. Renew your definition. World so high. Let me show and hear my declaration. No more ties. Off the ground and tap your feet. Look, stars are near when you feel the beat. We're bound for the greater height. Oh, 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 oh. Take a leap into the blaze. Don't lose yourself in mundanity. Join my dream, it is the right time. Whoa, leave it all behind. Get ready now. Sing along. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition. World so high. Let me show and hear my declaration. No more ties. Leave it all behind. Leave it all behind. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition. World so high. Let me show. Now hear my declaration. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition. World so high. We'll show and go beyond horizon. Side by side. Mend your pace, sweet to the beat. Hands up, embrace who you wanna be. We're reaching heights unseen. Oh, 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 oh. Feel the fire deep within. You're the key to where my trust begins. Join my dream, it's just the right time. Whoa, leave it all behind. Get ready now. Rise up into my world. Renew your definition. World so high. Let me show and hear my declaration. No more ties. Off the ground and tap your feet. Look, stars are near when you feel the beat. We're bound for the greater height. Oh, 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 oh. Take a leap into the blaze. Don't lose yourself in mundanity. Join my dream, it is the right time. Whoa, leave it all behind. Get ready now. Sing along. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition. World so high. Let me show and hear my declaration. No more ties. Leave it all behind. Leave it all behind. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition. World so high. Let me show. Now hear my declaration. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition. Mend your pace, sweet to the beat. Hands up, embrace who you wanna be. We're reaching heights unseen. Oh, 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 oh. Feel the fire deep within. You're the key to where my trust begins. Join my dream, it's just the right time. Whoa, leave it all behind. Get ready now. Rise up into my world. Renew your definition. World so high, let me show and hear my declaration. No more ties. Off the ground and tap your feet. Look, stars are near when you feel the beat. We're bound for the greater height. Oh, 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 oh. Take a leap into the blaze. Don't lose yourself in mundanity. Join my dream, it is the right time. Whoa, leave it all behind. Get ready now. Sing along. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition. World so high, let me show and hear my declaration. No more ties. Leave it all behind. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition. World so high, let me show. Now hear my declaration. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition. World so high, we'll show and go beyond horizon, side by side. Mend your pace, sweet to the beat. Hands up, embrace who you wanna be. We're reaching heights unseen. Oh, 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 oh. Feel the fire deep within. You're the key to where my trust begins. Join my dream, it's just the right time. Whoa, leave it all behind. Get ready now. Rise up into my world. Renew your definition. World so high, let me show and hear my declaration. No more ties. Off the ground and tap your feet. Look, stars are near when you feel the beat. We're bound for the greater height. Oh, 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 oh. Take a leap into the blaze. Don't lose yourself in mundanity. Join my dream, it is the right time. Whoa, leave it all behind. Get ready now. Sing along. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition. World so high, let me show and hear my declaration. No more ties. Leave it all behind. Mend your pace, sweet to the beat. Hands up, embrace who you wanna be. We're reaching heights unseen. Oh, 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 oh. Feel the fire deep within. You're the key to where my trust begins. Join my dream, it's just the right time. Whoa, leave it all behind. Get ready now. Rise up into my world. Renew your definition. World so high. Let me show and hear my declaration. No more ties. Off the ground and tap your feet. Look, stars are near when you feel the beat. We're bound for the greater height. Oh, 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 oh. Take a leap into the blaze. Don't lose yourself in mundanity. Join my dream, it is the right time. Whoa, leave it all behind. Get ready now. Sing along. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition. World so high. Let me show and hear my declaration. No more ties. Leave it all behind. Welcome to my world. Renew your definition.
Hi everybody, welcome to MMR Night. Sig and Kise are hosting at their cottage. So we are here. I was just finishing pre-lobby stuff, so now I'm getting in place. How have you all been? Yes, you can blame Paige for the sway to my beat in Cosmos. Uh-huh. Hey, Azim, how you doing? Hi, Wolfie. Wiki submits, what?
It's like ages since I've been here.
We can stop one heart from breaking. Ooh. I have to look that up. Oh, hello, dear. Welcome. It's been a while, has it not?
Hi, Kise. Good to see you, sweetie.
Hello, dear. Has been a while since we've
Don't
hosted.
worry, the king.
I do have some s'mores.
Don't worry by the way the Jesse's been you-proofed.
I was wondering, so long as it's... I know they tend to be insulated and whatnot.
I promise. What? Turn around and see it shirtless.
Darling, this is our cottage. Yes.
I know, but I didn't expect it. Turn around.
Ah, that was your first mistake, not expecting it. Oh.
I'm sorry, but generally not used to people walking around.
Unfortunate. How could you?
Lucky was just a shirt that wasn't present.
Unlucky.
That would have been the first time that I think I've ever deactivated my visor.
Oh well.
It's actually kind of nice to be back in this thing. Feels comfortable. Which is weird. It usually doesn't.
Indeed, we do not get to host
Usually
much.
feels very uncomfortable, actually. Oh, no, I mean the chassis, Miss
Oh,
Kise.
well, I mean the cottage. It is nice.
That it is.
Hmm.
Should we go make sure they know how to actually get here?
That is true. Not everyone has been around for that.
And it is rather foggy out here.
Also, a Robin song. Yeah, sounds about right. Cozy Dude Rain making it cool. Oh, good. I'm glad that people are cooling down a little bit at least, though it's always storms, isn't it? Heard a lot of people might be away for storms.
Hello.
Daisy, darling, welcome.
We're just making sure everyone was finding their way here.
It is the middle of
Yeah,
nowhere.
a bit of a long walk here.
That is for the best, however, given circumstances.
Yes.
Hmm.
How are you guys doing today?
Oh, busy.
Ireland.
But much better now.
Oh, I bet.
Evening, everyone.
Hello, dear. Welcome
I'm
back.
Pat.
I'm being
Hello,
kind.
Jaden.
Hello.
Go for
Oh,
it.
welcome.
Queen.
Go for it.
Been nostalgic. It has been so long since everyone has gathered here.
It's been a minute, yeah. I am
Still looks amazing though.
finding somewhere to. I'm gonna find somewhere comfortable to park my ass.
Yeah.
Because
well.
my neck hurts,
Yeah.
because the smallest potato insisted I had to sleep crooked last night.
Very well.
My neck hurts, my shoulder hurts.
There are some materials for what they call s'mores by the fire. Feel free to take some.
You want to get some painkillers?
There may still be some, well, some of them may be missing. I was enjoying myself earlier. The chocolate is so good with the marshmallow,
So much
though.
more active. Oh, just saying how more active my place has become since Mocha's come to stay with me and Jaden and Mori, along with the young ones.
Oh, yes, I suppose it would be. Oh, there's still so much to do to get the estate set up. It's good to have some place for them
It'll get
meanwhile.
there.
Indeed.
Many customers. By the way,
Yep.
the cafe honey is fantastic.
Yeah.
Although I may go and activate
I'll let you know.
the waystones in case there's an emergency.
Very well. I did it earlier.
Okay.
I'll be back soon.
They're having some technical difficulties, but they should be around here at some point.
I'll return shortly.
I didn't think I'd like being back in my old chassis, I'll be honest, but for some reason I'm actually comfortable. Weird.
Maybe it's a sense of
I mean, it was
nostalgia.
you for so long. It still is you to a degree.
Oh.
It's the same if I do not wish to stay in my flesh golem the entire time. I much prefer myself. Aside from not being able to eat, that is always the worst.
Oh, well,
Yeah, I had to put up my
there's
barrier
Mayday
around everyone
reaching
so they
around
wouldn't
her
like
ass to get to her
get
elbow.
pulled.
Man. Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like their juice with the pulp in it.
Yeah,
But pulp's tasty.
Yeah.
I don't mind. I don't mind.
Yeah,
a
but
little
people
bit,
don't like
but
being
not so
coming
much.
pulp. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Hello.
Well, that's noticeably different.
Oh, hello, dear.
Eh.
Yeah. Also, if you think it would help, I have some honey candies that have painkillers in them.
I think I'll be right. I'll let you know.
Okay.
I'm just a bit. Ah,
What's going
Yeah,
on?
something's wrong.
What's with you?
I slept crooked in a chair. That's what happened.
Thankfully, I don't have bones, so
That is
it
the
don't hurt.
worst.
You fucked around and found this
Same.
out.
And the smallest
No bones
potato would get fussy
bones
anytime I
game.
move, so I kind of just got stuck there.
Seems that you
The
need a
only
flesh
reason I even
golem.
had a gun
They
in
can
the first
simply
place
put it in
It's
place.
because he farted
Yeah.
so loud that he scared himself awake.
Mine are extra soggy because I'm
That's
full of
hilarious.
water.
Yeah.
Very strange.
I think dogs do that.
Babies are complicated
Yeah.
and loud.
They're
And
so
Mortals are
surprisingly
complicated.
messy.
You all are complicated.
Yeah.
And you aren't.
They're
Never
so
claimed to be one.
There's so,
I'm an exciting sort of complicated. It's different.
there's so much from just one of them.
Also, Kise,
And there's
the
four
only
of them.
reason I can see you right now is because you think you give off an electromagnetic fluctuation that allows you
Right,
to
10.
see where you're generally floating. when
My
you
species
move
has a really big.
Yes, it is called I'm sparkling.
Brood.
Mocha could have had
Yeah, sure, that works.
Oh wow.
The closest thing I have to a kid alive today is probably
I'm happy with four.
Yami and Tomo, but
Yeah.
they're more like grandkids.
It's Mona
You know, I'm like technically a mother, but I never raise my kids because where I'm from, we raise all of our kids communally. So it's like, you have a kid is basically everyone's kid.
It's a village.
So it's
That's
like
kind of how
you
girls
have
do.
the biological version, but everyone is kind of the parent.
It's a Couchy. Hi, Couchy. How you
Yeah,
doing?
pretty much.
Playing seeing this map again? Yeah.
You're raised by the
I
that
do a
makes
lot of
sense.
sleeping around back home, so I kind of have kids.
So I was
running
using
around.
it for singing Kise's Cottage, but
Raised by the community.
that was just a different map. It's fine. It's fine. different
The
place.
green one on your right hip? Yeah.
How you doing, friend?
Not supposed to be green or glowing. It's supposed to be
Green.
purple and match
Boing.
with an E.
Mhm.
One.
Yeah. Even though you're purple.
Yeah.
Is that a lobster?
I am.
Oh.
By
Okay.
the way,
From far away, it looks like a lobster.
It's
Alfie
It's
turned
Oh, yeah.
into a
a ball head.
A what?
Congrats. I
A
think.
bull's
nice.
head.
Oh, yeah.
Oh!
The
A
symbol
bull's
of
head, like a bull's skull.
Oh!
yeah, it's the symbol of a bull-themed Kamen Rider I look up to.
I mean, they're pretty.
Oh, I
You
see.
know, one Kamen Rider to another.
I still think it looks like a lobster from far away.
Mothman are pretty. Sorry, I'll be more exact.
Come on, man.
La
Hello, my brother, can you spare some lamp?
Lamp.
Lamp.
She said that shit this morning when I woke up. She stuck her face against mine and went, lamp.
You do realize a way I can fuck with both of you is just getting an LED lamp and tying it to your back.
She doesn't actually gravitate towards lamp. She was doing it for a job.
I can still fuck with you though.
Yes,
Like
yes,
that.
you can. There you Ruffy. I'll have you know I'm
So you're only 5 shades of nuts today. Good to know.
So what?
You're only 5 shades of crazy. Today at least.
Why is everyone crazy?
Normally you're about 12.
That just seems like a common thing nowadays, doesn't it?
I'm fucking with you.
I do suppose you're right.
I'm so crazy.
Yeah,
I'm
crazy is normal and normal is crazy.
This is the most.
That is a crazy thing to say,
I
yes.
was crazy once, and then they put me in a room. A rubber room.
A rubber room with red dogs.
Crazy.
Imagine going crazy.
The day you figure figure out that I use my
And rats make me
my
crazy.
lack of understanding jokes as a
Rats
weapon
make me
is
guppy.
the day you figure me out.
I'm gonna tell Poi the two of you have been saying that. I have Poi's
Who's
number.
Poi?
I could call her.
Boy?
Long white hair.
That reminds me.
What?
The guy who named me Guppy, he's my dad now.
I wouldn't mind them if they were a
He
fucking
adopted me.
councilman.
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't actually know what Poi does for a job now.
I think they're literally a councilman of a district or something sitting in Purple Lotus's office.
Last I heard, she was
Fucking
working at the
stuck in my
Lotus.
head.
Still.
Okay.
But I've known that for a while.
Well, I don't see anything wrong with anyone being a member of the council.
I should look that up.
I'm a fan of politicians, you know this.
Someone has to do it, technically.
Probably final before they put it
Well,
Oh, someone has to
Jesus,
do
gotta-
it. It's...
I suppose I should
Motivation.
remind you, technically I am
know, Wolfram.
a politician as well.
I was about to state
Cringe.
that I have a double standard, unfortunately.
Quite a few do.
Huh?
I'm just gonna go take a quick wander.
Have double standards. Many of them do. Many people do.
Name me 3 people that
Well, that's not a face I've seen in quite some time.
Oh!
finger.
Anastasia, darling! Welcome back. Good to see you, dear.
Hi, Anastasia.
Fabulous outfit as always.
Isn't it?
Have
You can do it. I
you
believe in
changed your hair? Quite like.
Sometimes you just gotta switch it up, like a tiny bit.
Oh, great.
Ah,
Oh, I need to find
yeah,
another
this is
style.
better. I'm still flexing a bit,
I mean,
but I
it
can,
looks
I can
good.
see now.
Indeed.
Love that. That was great.
Yeah, it's cool.
How's it been going, Mr. Husbandman?
Getting closer.
It's been going, I suppose. I mean, a lot's happened since the last time we've seen each other.
Oh, good. So much, yes. Ah, finally getting my shrine soon.
Of course, but like,
I will at some point.
oh well, congratulations.
It is most exciting.
And of course, I know that everything happens, time passes, and everything. Give me the good stuff. You know, the fun one.
Complicated.
I suppose technically Kise and I were on a fashion magazine.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Won a prize at a gala.
Oh, I believe I've seen that. It was, what do you call it? The interwebs, that one?
Yes, I suppose.
Yes.
Second.
The strange web. Yes, it was most exciting. Received many
outside of
new
that, nothing really
dear worshippers from
eventful.
that.
Hey, at least I know.
Oh, plenty, dear. We're going to be moving once the shrine and everything else is set
It's
up.
good that everybody's doing good.
Yes. You have been working on your project.
Sorry.
I don't think that project is necessarily noteworthy.
You signed a contract to wrestle. That is something.
Oh, that one, I suppose, yes.
Have you forgotten already?
No, I
That's Jumoyo's
also
manager.
didn't think that was noteworthy.
Of course it is. Exciting.
Depends who you ask.
Okay.
So if you ask Juno.
Not noteworthy to
Yes, this
Miss
is
Anastasia here.
I suppose that depends if you're interested in that sort of thing or not.
Wait. That seems like assumptions.
Yes, exactly.
I suppose it is.
What do you say when you make assumptions, mother?
Do you think I do not enjoy the fisticuffs inside of a ring?
Hmm. Now I'm curious whether you do or not.
I mean, I don't exactly do the fisticuffs inside of a ring myself, but I do know a thing or two, and I do enjoy it.
See? Works that. It is a type of entertainment.
Oh, well, I suppose I stand corrected. Yes, I have joined a the wrestling. What is it? What are they? League? I don't know exactly what they call it. Or yes, organization.
You're starting small as usual, but that is to be expected, I suppose.
Well, I can't just demand to be
Look,
put
if
on the
it's
top
anything like
one.
back home, just give yourself some time and you'll get all of the scrubs and plebs just out of the way.
Oh, yes, that shall be no
Yes.
time at all.
Most of the people I've seen so far haven't really stood out in terms of, well, anything really.
Robot noises.
You'll get used to it, don't worry. Eventually you'll find your match, I'm sure.
Looking forward to that. Do enjoy when you get into your work.
Though, I would say, I would be one of those to say that don't get comfortable too quickly, because when you do find your match, might be a bit sooner than expected.
That is true. But given what you are otherwise working on, that is hopefully not quick for wrestling. Though I suppose it is different rules.
I died.
What have you been up to, dear?
Okay.
Was someone trained? Was someone
Yes.
trained to speak?
See, I made new summer clothes.
Oh,
I
indeed.
sold a little bit. What else? I did some witch things on Saturdays, a bit of fighting on Sundays, and being a general nuisance the rest of the time.
Which things? I'm curious.
Jane, upon investigation, there's a burrow inside the tree.
Did you not know? Was it not obvious enough?
The one that lived.
Oh no, I'm most curious what sort of witch things. There's so many.
I think something's leaking under here.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, it just so happens that since people around here get so busted over all the time, I got to actually do a few stitching.
Oh,
And
healing.
by that definition, I did a bit of studying.
Always good. Yes, I do need to go back to the libraries. And, I'm still trying to get the guild a proper connection to this medics association that I've heard of. Should be good for getting supplies.
Okay. You know, it's more
Ah, well, I suppose.
Hmm.
You'll admit that these days I make most of my things. Most of them.
Do a little bit of yoga, buddy. You hit something.
I've been doing more transmuting. Makes it much easier with the flesh guild.
Right behind you.
Ah, yes. That is something that I try to not do too often, just because of the innate risks with it.
Oh.
Huh?
Well, the transmutation.
Oh, the rules of nature with transmutation are so fickle.
It is true. It can be difficult. Luckily, there have only been minor wild magic effects at the beginning. I've gotten better.
Metagrams.
Buddy?
Metagram from the internet.
Try not to make anything too ridiculous.
Do you want a s'more?
Creature.
Lick,
Right.
lick, lick.
Was it the creaturas over there?
La creatura.
My creator.
Oh yes, Mona and the others were busy, so we thought we would host here and have a bit of nostalgia.
I mean, why not?
I'd say it is a nice night for it.
I think it does have some kind of je ne sais quoi.
I did not know what you said, but it sounds wonderful. So yes.
It's a term. It's a term. It's time to just say, yes, exactly what that one said over there.
Hmm.
She just said, I don't know.
Oh.
That's the only term, that's the only French saying that I know. Which is funny.
Yes, it's a term used to imply that something has a little bit of a hidden feeling to it, hidden gem feeling to it.
Ah, well, it was. It certainly was. Technically, it still is.
Well,
Exciting.
it's about as dead as you make it out to be, please.
Never heard of it.
Ah, but yes, if you're interested in any s'mores, there, the items over there. I have not eaten all of them, luckily.
No, thank you.
Do not have most of the maids tonight, so at least give some people something.
Jaden, I just realized my head looks like a CCTV camera that's looking at something whenever I go to look at something.
I have made some rather interesting discovery, though, if you're ever in the business, I suppose.
Oh, go on. Discoveries, yes.
Well, you see, for a few years, I've been actually targeting the astral plane. I wanted to know how to walk it without having to give up a little bit of yourself every time you go.
Ooh.
It's a bit of a hassle. See, it's funny. You can make connections between points you've always been. You know, for example, if I've been here and then I go somewhere else and you drop points. You know, using runes or whatever.
Well, let me try and work on the
You can
dad
actually
joke for a minute.
walk inside of the astral plane back and forth in tunnels that you've built for yourself, metaphorically. See, that's the interesting part. The not fun part is the part where you need to give a little bit of yourself to actually go into said astral plane.
Oh.
Well, I might be onto something.
Oh, getting around it. Clever.
Well, let's say it's more finding a bit of a loophole.
Hmm.
Look at you with my autistic eyes.
Always good to find those little things. I'm glad you do not have to use this astral plane, however.
Well, it's definitely useful.
Mental disorders.
I suppose so, but trade-offs.
Let me guess.
He is
it
not allowed to
doesn't
give up
specify what part you have to give,
Yeah.
not necessarily of yourself.
Influence what you get. That's where I'm going with this.
Oh.
So, for example, if you bring with yourself something that is worth more than your being,
You're a green one.
it'll take that instead.
Hmm. Bartering with the astral plane. Interesting.
Well, they are rather fickle. But it's doable.
Hmm.
I don't want to do that yet.
Well, that is good to know in a pinch, I suppose.
Yet.
One day you'll be on the boat.
For example, if
I wanna at
one
least
would
wait until
have,
they're old
let's
enough to
say,
comprehend language
a
first.
gemstone filled with mana from a bunch of different races,
Hi, Peter.
Because right now,
a bunch of
they
different
eat,
folks,
they sleep, they cry,
suddenly
they
it's
poop.
interesting.
Hmm.
You just gotta make it appealing.
Ah, that is where the charismatic entertainer comes in.
Well, I suppose. In this case, it's more, let's just say that there's a bunch of interesting fellows that are attached to certain deities. The astral plane really does enjoy those folks.
Oh. See?
Makes sense.
Have you ever heard the saying that certain demigods were never meant to walk the earth? Well, there's a certain amount of truth to that. So it's about the underworld, everything the spirit. They kind of want them back. They want to put them back to their proper places.
Oh, so a bit of bounty hunting, technically, in exchange.
To some degree, yes. I mean, I wouldn't put it so plainly, but
Hmm.
there's
But it is
definitely
generally
things
the
to do
same.
with that.
Yeah, well, yeah, Pickles says she
They
can
want a
take all
soul
my
somewhere where they should be, and they are not, and you bring it to them in exchange for your own payment.
Well, don't trade them the whole soul right away. That's way too precious. You kind of gotta, you know, kind of just take one string at a time.
Ah, I see. Making it count, making it last.
Yeah, pickles and burgers are good. What
Well,
about
who
pickles and a
wants,
cheeseburger
who
pizza?
wants a one-shot deal in life? I'm in it for the long run.
That's
Very
fair.
true.
Committing sacrilege, Jaden. Committing sacrilege, Jaden.
Cheeseburger pizza with
So far I've been enjoying having a bit of a... I go to places that are covered in faith and those high-rank paladins and whatnot. I heal their troops in exchange. They fill certain gems with their own power, and I take them back home.
Okay, but what about a cheeseburger pizza with pickles and In-N-Out fry sauce?
Very good business plan.
One of those warriors' faith is worth so much more than those mercenaries and whatnot. The faith is so pure it can actually be used into other things.
Try it just to say you tried it.
That makes sense.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, if you insist.
So far, let's just say that I've been using it as a bargaining chip to do my experiments so far.
Scratch that, I know I'm weird to that.
A bit like that boatman in those old folklore, you know, the ones that you gave a coin to go across a river. It's a little bit like that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
But I'm also weird.
I believe so.
Barbecue on a pizza, that'd work. I think that'd work.
Interesting. Well, I wish you luck with that. It seems like a good business plan.
The answer to your question is maybe.
Worms on pizza.
Well, I will admit that it's a bit risky. I'm always afraid that, you know, I'll just come back out and I won't have a head or something.
Any type of leftovers.
I dip my chicken nuggets in honey mustard.
That's something you have to worry about. We are definitely staying away from the astral plane.
Yeah.
Well, luckily we.
So much to learn, though. So many of the secrets that things should not, you know, things that should not be seen.
No, I do suppose. But at a certain point, if you do not have your head, you cannot remember the secrets anymore.
Of course, but I've been alive for quite a while, and honestly, if I do lose my head in the seeking of knowledge, I'd say it wouldn't be too bad.
To each their own, I suppose.
Well, need I remind you, my dear, we are actually spitting in the face of my other gods.
Well, yes, that is the fun part, and you do not have to worry about, well, giving up pieces of yourself.
See? That's basically pot calling the kettle black on that one. Everyone has their little thing that they enjoy doing.
They could literally come hunt me down if they find out.
Well, that is... Luckily not so far. Let us keep it that way.
It's us, the gay frogs from the chemicals in the water.
That is due to several precautions and a certain very large black dog in my head.
Going to say...
Well, if it's in your head, it can't be that big. That's a bit of humor.
I don't know.
Yeah, fair.
Cool. How big are frogs in this world?
What?
How big are frogs?
The frogs are gay.
But how big
Yeah.
are they?
What?
I have no idea what they're talking about anymore.
Kids, so some frogs are about the size of one of my fingers. Some frogs can be like the size of my
Oh, my
palm.
girlfriend's wife.
Really small.
I
Wife-in-law.
don't know anymore.
Wife-in-law.
Every time. Every meeting. I am further and further lost in whatever happens.
Oh, just shut down. Just don't listen. That's what I do all the time. You nod your head and you're like, okay.
No, he does that. He used to do that all the time.
There used to be bigger frogs.
Do it, Jerry. Just nod.
It is more difficult to do that when you are hosting an event, dear. Have to have some semblance of knowledge of what is going on.
To be fair,
Although I also have.
Sarah does that every time I start talking about packages.
considered giant.
Oh,
I feel like
that
in
is
this
fine.
case, sweetheart, I think you're the one running the event. Sega deserves just along for the ride.
A lot smaller than that.
Yes, I am what they call arm candy.
Yes, still, but he knows this place as much as I do. So
That's usually my
this is the one place he can do some security.
I suppose so, but it's not like I would let anything happen to the both of you. I would be upset. Who would I talk to anyway?
Understandable. But honestly, it is we should be doing that for you.
I mean, it's actually rather simple. You know, you threaten people with the fact that you can take out their organs and just turn them into a doll, and suddenly people are like, no thank you, I'm going to turn around now and leave. They don't actually double check. They just don't want to take the chance.
You know, that sounds more effective than ripping their arms off, shoving them up their ass, and then beating them with their own leg.
I can sit on your shoulder when I get
First of
really
all, that
small.
seems kind of messy, and two, that seems like it would take a while.
Yes, and yes.
How many times have you
I
done
generally
that?
follow through with my threats.
Yeah, Wilfred can go small.
I believe you.
I just shapeshift.
I think 3 times I've done that. That one specifically.
Video seems uncleanly though.
But yeah, no, it's all about bluff, really. If someone shows up, just say a bunch of things, but at least look like you mean it, and suddenly people will be like, you know what, maybe that 50 gold wasn't worth it, and they just turn around and leave.
Very true. I can simply say that you made her not bring out my Adamitama. I will curse them to hell.
Well, recently I found out that
That's tease, but that's another situation.
I found threatening someone by eating their face generally is effective.
I believe that's not exactly threatening at that point. I think that's cannibalism.
Depends on who it
That's
is.
what you ask.
Well, that's a very upfront threat. That's like saying I threaten you after shooting you in the face.
No, the thing is, right, like,
My mom.
I've not done people's definition of cannibalism.
Do not actually do that though.
Yeah.
That seems very uncleanly.
Congratulations.
I wouldn't be the one doing it.
Parent, like sharks.
Fair.
If it happens, I will be not fully
I mean, I
myself.
also used to be my mom.
And I also used to be.
Not fully yourself. Do you want an exorcism? Is that
Oh, you also used to be B.
No, it's a.
Yeah, but I used to too.
What's the best way to explain this? A symbiotic relationship.
Rest in peace, Miss Hedberg.
Oh, so you have one of those. I get it.
Technically, yes. He just lives in my tattoos.
Well, at least it doesn't float above your head, I suppose. At least maybe it's a bit more hidden. Tiny bit.
Living in your walls.
Oh no,
No,
that
that's
happened
my
once
sister.
and never again.
I'm not joking. That was my sister.
Yes, that was his sister. Never
Your
again.
sister lived in your walls?
I remember, she did it to me.
She
too.
apparently did. Yes. I'm. My sister isn't who she once was. Let's just leave it at that.
Gotcha.
On one of their resort visits?
Your sister's a little unhinged.
That is an understatement.
Understatement, and yes, Kibbs. My sister used to be the overbearing, doting type. Now, under the Allfather's influence, she has become different.
Ah.
Cryptic asshole light.
True.
Wait, to explain to my kids that you have a giant wolf living inside your head. That's gonna give them such a complex.
Yeah.
You do not have to immediately tell them.
Well,
Once they're old enough to, understand.
have I not told you? By my people, I am considered a
I'm
wolf.
just imagining like grabbing you like a toy and just
That is true.
giving you a squeeze and you
I
squeeze.
believe you have
Well,
it was a berserker ritual, right? Of some sort.
Yes, and my totem animal was a wolf instead of a bear.
I mean, understandable. Bears are overrated.
Pocket girlfriend.
I don't know, I have told him.
Not that I'm biased or anything.
I mean, personally, my money would be on the bear against a wolf, but that's me.
Well,
I've never seen a pack of bears deal with anything.
It's hard.
no,
Oh.
I've only ever seen a bear deal with a pack of wolves.
I've seen a bear single-handedly take out a goblin tribe.
But I've also seen a pack of wolves take out a bear.
Yes, exactly.
With a sad story.
I think there's a lesson to be learned from that, because in both of the situations, there's the birds in the trees actually unharmed. I think that's where I stand.
True.
Go on, size magic.
I leave the upfront conflict for all of those that are packed with muscles and I don't know, chest hair and everything else.
Oh, I can just shapeshift.
That is the bear indeed.
My body's technically a projection.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Now that makes more sense.
He's all Steven Universe up in this bitch.
I mean,
Kinda, but
I
I'm
can
not
make
by the
myself taller or smaller, and I can illusion my hair away. That's about
She's
it.
made out of real.
You too?
Also made out of invincible.
Yeah.
Oh, do not do it. Do not do it, Sigurd.
But the one on your shoulder scares me more than you do.
Well, I'm the one doing it, not her. Or not you.
My hair away.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh no, I thought you. Oh no, what she hates more is what I do. Do you want to see what I look like?
Sigurd, do not do it.
25 years ago, give or take.
Sure.
Sigurd, why? No, do not do it. Put it back, 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 put it back. I can still feel it, but put it back.
Oh my god.
You look better with the beard.
Exactly.
The beard suits you.
I believe I have what they call a baby face.
Look at someone I interacted with quite a few years ago. He was an aristocrat of sorts, and he was kind of a prick. You do look better without the beard. With the beard.
Yes,
Pardon.
yes.
Pardon.
That away around. That away. Universe.
You know, I kept.
Have you ever tried dealing with rich aristocrats? It's actually awful. It's awful. The worst.
Yes,
all the
I
time.
have.
This is why I'm not cool
It's spoke by many aristocrats.
Well, good. I suppose in this day and age, it would be the equivalent of dealing with a businessman that thinks they're hot shit, as they say.
Kitty.
Things never change.
And, it kind of helps that I'm taller than most of them. I just have to stand there and look intimidating.
Hello?
No, it's an actual
Understand this to me now.
Can she say you?
Do you understand me now?
Yeah.
Yes, it's Ken Shade.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, now the mic's working.
Oh, hello, dear.
It does, but doesn't.
Oh, hi, that's fair.
Someone who's been near her quite a bit. Not
Hmm.
Kenshi, but has her sons.
Oh.
No, this isn't.
Please never do that again. Why do you torture me?
Been around her, but it's not exactly sure. Yep.
You should do it again, and I'll be sure to paint it and send it over to you.
Do not. Why do you do?
They
Why do
smell
you
like
do this?
Kenshi, but they're not her.
I mean, someone has to challenge your authority every once in a while.
No, they do not.
Lovingly.
They truly do not.
Hello.
Especially with my not husband yet. Still working on that. Hopefully, once we have everything prepared, I can put the rest of my trousseau.
By the by, your husband's looking a little stiff. You might want to give him a bit of a smooch.
Aw, baby.
Are you alright, my love?
They're fine. Relax. If they're a member of Kenshi's jungle, they're docile.
Allegedly docile.
They're docile
Oh,
while
yeah.
Kenshi's around.
As docile as biting distance.
I saw Wispy turn
Well, I think
into one of
we
those
can.
and fight a bunch of skeletons.
I don't suppose anybody here has a nail file.
I do.
No, sorry.
There you go.
Thanks, I do appreciate it. I'll clean it, I swear.
Is this a dog versus cat thing?
Babies have sharp little claws.
The song is playing.
Why are their claws so sharp?
But yeah, anything involving beauty in case Kise needs it. The Wolfram, Adrian, I got stacked, I'm prepared.
They're
Wonderful.
Kitsune wolf.
Well, I mean, I usually have mine, but you know, sometimes it just so happens. I suppose it breaks before I get to places.
Trust me, I don't have answers either.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
That is a point.
I mean, they're all kind of
I'm not
potato shaped.
intended.
Small, like potato,
I don't know.
but also like cinnamon roll.
Text Kenshi that one of her
Do you want me to,
saber-tooth
like,
are
poke him
over
in the
here.
neck?
You get an almost immediate response. Yeah, I sent her to check up on
My
things.
love.
Apparently, Kenshi sent this
You can do
cat
better
over
focusing
here
on
to
that.
check on things.
I'm not that much taller than Lacey normally.
Give him that.
Normal.
She purrs.
Oh, he's like Sabertooth.
There you are.
Never been
Taurus
close
did
enough
it over here.
to see one up close like this.
Don't worry with me like that.
Well, if it's one of Kenshi's, it's fine.
Well, I would have appreciated the heads up regardless of whose it is.
Metaverse is very different from where I'm from.
A wild
It's
animal is
true.
still a wild animal.
Me.
When you see a large saber-tooth tiger come prancing into your home, the first instinct is to
I'll tell Kenshi.
tear it to shreds rather than assume it is
But it smells
friendly.
That means it can't be bad.
Pause.
Not all of us
No.
have senses like that.
That is not
Me.
that is not how that works.
Something is dangerous.
I need
Yes.
text to Kenshi. Problem solved.
Thank you, dear.
Kenshi, please, when you send over one of the animals to come check on things, make sure that you notify security members beforehand. Thank you.
Oh, that's all better.
You have no idea
Daisy and a guppy ball.
how hard it was to hold back.
Thanks. Doing something.
Something that can easily control your mind.
What do you think adequate will be?
That's a guppy ball. Didn't think about that. I mean, your shield would have.
That is no good. That is.
It was gonna.
Are you into fancy handkerchiefs?
A threat was perceived. A threat was about to be dealt with.
It was going to.
Oh dear.
It's like a nice purple. It's a nice purple handkerchief.
Wolfram.
Oh.
They acknowledged it. They said they are sorry.
Wash it in cold water only. Otherwise, you won't sleep this
Blaming
deep.
it on pregnant cat brain.
How you doing, Jaden?
Other way.
Some with kids.
I'm talking to you in there.
It's made of my own.
You do not just take over entirely.
At least.
That is not how this works. Understood.
Mocha and Mori passed out on the couch on the air conditioner.
He seems agreeable.
Summer months are gonna be a bitch.
Let it be.
Let's never find the missing.
That is correct. I do make clothes.
What can you do?
Like
A lot of nothing. That's right.
Aurora.
No.
Aurora.
I suppose so, a little bit like that.
Love you too.
I tried getting Wisp here, and getting Wisp away from the kids is like pulling teeth.
Entrepreneur.
He wrote a bunch.
Definitely more freelance.
Kids who want to
real job is in the performing arts.
Wisp doesn't want to leave his charges unprotected.
Guard dog right there. Take the babies.
Guard poppers, which is, what they do.
Yeah. I remember that just like surfers, they protect something, that thing protected.
That is something. When is.
Scientists did say at that age they start
How has the
learning
Eevee
that
been?
behavior.
I'd say till the last breath, but they're ghost types. I don't think they breathe much.
They have been fine, especially when we go on our adventures, as we call them.
For once, I'm not drinking sparkling water. It's just regular water.
Running out of money, are you?
Though I let them come and go as they please.
Indeed. I was curious whether any of your adventures had done anything for the. I suppose the goal.
Still scouting areas. Nothing to really report, just a lot of
report.
Bye-bye.
What?
It sounds so formal, like some sort of. I'm not your guard captain.
Guard captain?
Yes.
But it also has implications like making a journal. To be fair, it doesn't have to be like military service agent Wolfram, ready for service.
If you want me to.
Today's note.
I am a king. I was a guard captain. I was head of the guards on a council of a town. I was literally all of those things.
When the gear is guilty.
Gibbs, you're sinking into the dirt a little bit.
Small bad guy.
Dubious rotational device.
Thank you.
I figure I better tell you, getting stuck in the mud is not ideal.
Technically, I was also doubled as a commander in a military force because of my village, so yes. It's just an ingrained response to some things.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if it's guilty, wouldn't it also be sus?
No, you can just tell a story, didn't you?
Yeah, when it's guilty,
That's what some people here call it. I am a Jarl.
Yo-yo yet, so we're fine.
Now that's where it comes from.
do it to guilty.
That one I've used
I
before.
love this boober too.
Most people here apparently use it interchangeably with king, even though.
I'm going to make a weaponized yo-yo. I think it would be fun.
There are different
Yes
types of
and
kings.
no, no. We have a high king.
Fuck my jaw. What the fuck?
Yo-yos are cool weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
I guess we also
Oh, do you like the
technically
Emperor?
live like kings.
Fucked up.
Good to see you.
Before it gets
Well,
unlocked,
someone
it's
wants to
100
make
years
him
or
a
something like that.
model.
Based.
What?
Well, yes, we would be akin to. What was your term for daimyo?
Daimyo.
Main
Yes.
protagonist, Saul bad guy.
We are more akin to those than
Because here's our
an actual
mechanical
king.
white forms that Saul helped
Hmm.
create
Another one.
alongside Asuka.
Now it's a dragon.
Our
That's why I get to go
what's
use
the
Secret
opposite of a
Summer.
lawyer?
Oh, it has been a while.
Criminal, but that's what they are too.
Mhm. Are you alright, Secret Summer?
So Saul,
That's
Saul
what-
Goodman is
That's
the
what I should
lawyer,
do.
so
I should
Saul
go to
Bad
the
Guy's a
brothel.
criminal.
Pay,
Yeah.
pay Cassie, Devil, and a few others to show up and start getting them
Just
to
fine.
talk to you. Going to that.
Breaking good.
That's criminal.
And a few thousand
No,
credits I
fixing
can
good.
spread around.
Fixing good.
Well, that's a lot of money.
Oh my
Yes, and
dear Kibbs.
Good investment.
Hmm.
that. There we go.
Yoga, you're doing it.
It's
the
fine.
flocks.
Don't worry about it.
Bro, you better at
Fuck the
fucking.
bitch.
You better at stretching than I am.
Do you know we just shock him and we put together
I
these
just
things?
fucking hope so, considering what I used to do for work.
I will stand here for it.
I could
Because we
I
have a
could
new dragon.
probably completely what's the term? Blow your mind.
Working now
Do not blow his mind.
because I am their bodyguard.
You need that mind. Yeah, see, already. See, it's better not.
Well, he said
Yes, I am working.
he said a few thousand credits was a lot of money.
Work period. I said out of
Technically, it is for many.
I am still working
Yes.
With an own daimyo, Secret Summer.
I have
That doesn't stop.
not forgotten how much money that is. Just I have a lot more of it.
admin for a video game that actually exists in a world that actually exists is weird.
Hmm.
By the way, Kise-sama, who is that dragon lady over there?
Hmm? Oh. Oh no, welcome.
Hello.
Newcomer.
Oh, hey. It's been a while.
By the way,
You know, kids, a few thousand credits is a lot more affordable for some people than others.
You know, I was led to believe
it's
that
anything
dragons were
higher than
mystical
500
beings,
credits,
rare ones at that.
then
It
it's
feels
an
like they're just
investment.
raining around these
You're
days.
not demonic
Maybe
in
it's
any
just
way,
like
are
a just something with this land.
Oh, it is absolutely something with the land now.
Oh, I cannot see you.
Hmm.
Yes.
But it works quite well for our guild.
We're like unholy.
At home, you would just hear stories of dragons. I come to the multiverse once, and I feel like I met
Actually blessed.
at least 20 since I've been here.
My name.
Honestly, what's more
Now you got here first. I only know Kise
Hello, dear.
and
pissed off at you because you woke it up.
Imperium.
Where I'm
Expect there to be so many.
Personal experience.
where I'm from.
Plenty. You just ask around and it's like there's full-on dragons, half dragons, kind of something dragons, maybe dragons in another life.
Rift the element, what are the elemental
And for
planes?
some
Let's go,
reason, they all
dragon.
look like they all look like children.
My
for some
hunting
reason.
pack was so
I'm not too
embarrassed
sure.
of me more than the rest of
Where I'm from, the closest thing you got to a dragon was something we called Eerie
It was
Drakes.
100 foot tall. And pissed
A
off.
sentient race of small lizard people.
You okay?
Smaller than Kibbs.
They are.
Ooh.
Really?
it's called we jump
Wow,
shit.
that's really short.
Back where I'm from, the only dragons that
I would run
are maybe lookalikes are creatures built by people that did a bit of transmutation with an interesting mind.
We can move faster
They are
than Earth or other
mistakes.
can.
There's no such things as dragons
They're
where
more
I'm from.
terrifying when you can understand them.
Outside of the
Can eerie drakes fly? That was the question.
they claim at one point they could, but no, they don't have wings.
Stories of a
So
fun
that's why the
that
listen comment
existed in
came into
the
bound.
realm that my people are originally from. There were hundreds of them at one point
I would like to
that
meet
fought
the
in this near cataclysmic war in one of the continents of a place called Tamriel. And then after my people moved out of Tamriel and moved to another world, kind of went with the wind.
I had only ever met one of these drakes, and honestly, he was a pompous little asshole. However, he meant well most of the time.
Yeah.
Keyword.
They usually do.
Yeah.
And he did a lot for the town. And at the end of the day, he was a good.
Plenty of dragons before.
He was a better person than most humans I knew.
I'm a cosmic dragon.
So.
I tend to just go to magical places.
Goodness.
And I considered him a very good friend of mine.
You okay?
I go to magical places too.
1 second while I
I
make
think
my
this place is kind of
hand
magical.
I don't know.
I think if people back home never saw a dragon, they'd probably shit themselves.
Wanna come and give me a hug?
Oh yes, the dragons were just like us. They were generally not allowed to show themselves beyond the veil.
Fair.
Well, same here. Dragons don't exist.
The
where I'm
kobold
from.
race are made from blood of dragons, but we only achieve wings.
Well, there is one actually. That
That's an
rumors
evolutionary
about
trait.
it's more of like a
Usually for blessings.
demonic robot dragon.
That's two words that should never be put together. Demonic and machine. What?
Outside of
It takes a lot.
those, my people only ever had tale of Fafnir.
Ain't got dragons where I'm from. That's for sure.
Isn't that the folklore about the Hellfire Drake or something?
Yes, he betrayed his family. I think it killed his father for by the gods, why am I forgetting what he took? For his hoard of gold and his brother, to avenge his family, convinced a human of man named Sigurd, convinced him to go to a dwarf and have this sword forged.
Yeah, pretty much.
This sword was magic in nature, was the one thing that could kill a dragon. Though Fafnir was massive and Sigurd was only a small human in comparison. But he went to fight this evil dragon regardless. He only won by diving in a hole and essentially gutting Fafnir.
Top 10 reasons why you're gay. Number 2 will make you sapphic.
But yes, the very evil dragon stole his family's hoard, was a menace, terrorized everything.
Oh, that's number 4.
One of her scouts.
I've seen a lot.
And this is true then. You're speaking as this is the truth. It's not simply folklore.
Yeah, it smelled enough like her that I thought it was her at first.
Yes, well, my people believe it to be true. I was named after the hero Sigurd.
Put lettuce if someone steps on me.
Which is unusual.
Kinky.
Hmm. A
Butter or
normal
not?
human taking down a dragon. That's definitely a feat and a half.
Well,
Stranger
there is
things have
heretics.
Stranger, perhaps, but if there's one thing that the human world has taught me as a performer and someone of the show and arts, is that people dramatize and romanticize stories.
Yep.
Many, yes.
See, a lot of places.
It's a type of
I
theme
mean,
or
it's not
romance
just
I can
humans
appreciate.
that have a tendency to do that. Genasi do it too. At least once back
Well,
home.
back where I'm from, we're all supposed to be humans, so I'm using humans as what I know. After all, everything here is so strange and confusing. I try to not bog my mind with it.
Fair solution.
Me too.
According to Jerry, we're all humans, even though there is very distinct differences between all of us. But he's using voidly logic.
Understandable.
In my home world,
Fair enough.
it was mostly elves. 3% of the population were human. There were two specific groups of migrating elves that moved to one world and populated it.
Just like the trees.
Hmm.
Back home, it was Genasi and people who look like me. With like fae and humans coming in because they wanted stuff that we could find.
Yeah, it's pretty much all humans.
They very quickly realized it was cheaper to pay us to go into the elemental planes and get stuff for them than to go in there themselves.
Dingus.
That is how it usually goes.
Though a lot of
That's how I got to learn how to use it.
now that I think on it, a lot of my people's stories are stories that have happened, that are happening, or they haven't happened yet. So
Sounds about right.
No.
That just sounds confusing for the sake of it.
It really
To
is.
me.
It really is.
well, for one, the reason why we know these stories.
Isn't there, is it from your folks, the Emir's Wall, I believe? The Wall of Ice that is apparently almost infinite.
Absolutely nothing.
Is that true? Is that a thing?
There are stories of it, yes. I have personally never seen it
Yet.
Hmm.
yet.
That's just a bit disappointing.
Hmm.
I have seen Asgard.
Pretty.
Pretty.
Asgard, as in
Wait.
like lands of the gods. Oh,
That is the city of the gods, yes. Well, my gods. Well, my other gods.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yes, I would
Do you
say.
need to die to see Asgard? Or was that Valhalla?
That's Valhalla, my dear
One
Kibbs.
race of people I don't think I've seen it come to
I
this
understand it.
Though in theory, I could go
I don't think it.
there without needing to die.
Hold on. Oh, never mind.
Are they not it?
Yes, you better not.
I think.
Why they sound
Probably
like a snail?
Well, I was
place.
told
Like
that
a tiefling or a demon.
if one is allowed to actually walk the realms of the gods, they're usually stuck there. So
Okay,
tell me,
never mind. Then I
how
don't
did
think
you
I've
get
actually
out?
seen a full-on demon come to MMR.
I mean,
Well,
I don't know if it's racist to ask.
I was given a piece of the bark
Yeah, no, she's
of
a
the
tiefling.
great tree,
Just,
Idrisu.
better safe than sorry to ask.
There is,
Like, the whole, yeah.
yes,
But I don't think I don't think
the
a full-on demon
magic that the single bark gives off is
Like, I don't think
A demon
we have
from
to have
hell or
feels nigh infinite
just a
and
demon in general.
ancient.
I think.
Far more potent than any source of magic I have ever encountered in my life.
Same thing with like an angel.
Landam 48.
Are you
Flipping
serious?
Holy
I'm
shit!
asking at this
Alert to
point.
your
Are we
stream.
going to get
Much
struck
love,
by some
Slam.
unforeseen lightning
40
bolts?
months. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Good to see you,
No,
friend.
that is where the large
doing?
black dog in my head comes in. I made a deal with
like an actual bona fide no bullshit angel.
I made a
No.
deal with Finrir.
Which
He keeps me hidden from the gods. I show him the world of
An
man.
actual demon here? No. I think.
Interesting.
Same here.
He does not just take over whenever he wishes.
But who knows?
Sounds like something like the Raven Queen from where I'm from.
Raven.
The only mortal that became a god.
There is many spirits willing to do some kind of exchange like that. With some perhaps unforeseen consequences sometimes, unfortunately.
My dear Kibbs, I know nothing of this Raven Queen, except for what I've heard in passing. I believe she's some god of death?
Yep.
Yeah.
Apparently her own weapons can make people into warlocks.
Fenrir
Yeah, she takes their souls though.
Fenrir is the bringer of Ragnarok. He's the one who breaks free and brings forth the fire and brimstone that will engulf the world of man. And also kill Odin.
That part is okay.
Oh, that's a big thief.
And he's living inside of your head right now. Should I get a leash, just in case? One with spikes, just in case.
Oh no, I already have that.
I was going to say, surprisingly, he's taken to Kise, which is interesting to say the least.
I am a con. Lowest level.
I'm curious.
Hmm?
I was asking if Fenrir has an opinion on me.
Oh.
He doesn't dislike you, so that's a good thing, at the very least.
I mean, I'll take what I can get.
He understands that you are technically my house Carl.
Ooh.
So,
That's pretty weird.
So he knows that I'm not a threat, at least to some degree. Not that I
yes.
ever would be.
Is that
Yes.
a semblance of fear I'm hearing? Are you actually worried?
I have 400 kids that I have to look after. I'm trying to have at least some self-preservation instinct.
Oh yes, he will not go harming you.
if that's the case, then I suggest you move away, and quite quickly.
Noted.
I mean, please. Have you seen the world that we're in? The realms? The things that people say for the fun of it? I'm surprised that nobody here has caught a stray bullet.
Oh. Well, that is why we are all moving to my homeland eventually. Once I get my shrine put up and the rest of the estate set.
I was in Night City for a while.
Plenty of space for them all and less terrible bullets.
We're all kinda...
Yeah, me too.
We're all kind of crammed into Roland's house at the moment. Roland's been sleeping in his workshop.
Yes, hopefully that can be changed soon enough once. It simply involves plenty of construction. The land is quite vast.
Roland, me, Mocha, Mori, Jerry, the kids, and all of our collective Pokemon.
Only just acquired the land properly, so it needs some work.
Somewhat.
Hey, Cupcake.
Oh, hi,
Oh, hello, dear.
I thought I spilled something rotten.
Bonjour, bonjour, salutations.
I got a question for Fenrir.
No s'mores if you would like any.
How's things at the pawn shop?
Excuse me.
He might have an
I
answer.
told Malleus a shit ton of pawn mags yesterday.
What do you think of that?
Mark that on a list of things
Depends
that I've done in my
on
life, but here we are
which
now.
Thor.
It's a growing list.
My universes.
Growing list.
Well, seeing as how he's not part of your universe, he doesn't really have an opinion on it.
Somehow selling porn mags to
Damn.
Malleus doesn't sound that strange.
Though,
On the list of strange
cool.
things I've heard.
if he would have an opinion on it,
I guess it's about like a 4 out of a 10.
he would applaud you because it is destined that Thor would be the one to kill him.
But not necessarily.
So, On behalf of your universe's Fenrir, he thanks you for taking his Thor's prized possession.
Yay! Yeah. He does think you're cool.
Biggest even.
Who's speaking?
What is Jalen? Like I was saying.
I guess that deserves a few claps.
Wait, I'm gonna go over to you. Hold on.
Though I'm surprised you were able to lift, Mjolnir.
The kid and stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm worthy.
Let me know.
While I play video
I'll stop and
Yeah,
tell
I'll
you
let you know,
some
buddy.
shit.
I had a day.
Yeah.
If I had eyebrows, I would raise them.
Apparently the Raven Queen
don't
is
be
my
afraid.
first color display.
joining you,
To make
Ralph.
people
Technically
spell
true.
casters.
I do not know entirely about that whole
By the way,
worthy
if
thing.
you're in the shadows, are you just gonna stand there in the dark, or are you gonna come sit down with the rest of
Used
us?
to be immortal like us.
spending time
For some great achievement.
Not many people do understand the worthy part.
Unheard of.
this way.
How does it even work?
Though there are very few who are considered worthy of lifting that hammer. Though
It's real then.
I
It
think
actually
it's,
exists.
pretty amazing
The
to ever
hammer
hear
that no one can
I wonder
actually
if
lift
anyone-
unless you're a, what do
Yes,
they
Kise's a
qualify it?
joker. He's
Good
already,
enough,
like,
heroic, whatever.
Ways
One of
ahead
those
anyone of
things.
us.
Though technically, if memory serves, it was forged as a gift
I am a
to
servant race
Thor,
technically
so.
of gods like dragons.
But
Kobolds are not gonna.
given that I've had the unfortunate pleasure of talking to Odin, yes,
Fucking flux.
I would have to assume the hammer
Like that whole
does indeed exist.
be there, so I will not deny.
Are you honestly so surprised?
that's
So many
actually
things exist
interesting.
here.
Fortunately, very annoying.
I mean, dear,
I don't think I'm
have
gonna be sticking
you
around for
heard of
very
the
long
legends?
at this
A
point.
weapon that is able to call forth the very heavens.
Are you going to
Does that not intrigue you, just in sheer fate alone?
Again, it goes back to the fate thing. Myself and Sigurd are very different on that. Fate is a novelty to my people. It's not exactly something within where we exist.
And fate is set in stone for me.
Well, I mean, if we're going by what I've learned during my travels as a master of the occult, if I can even call me that. Have you heard of the Great Tapestry? Does that ring a bell?
Oh my god, it's the pen.
Curious.
I can't.
Well, simply it's said that the gods, the ones that are never seen, never heard of, in the great cosmic beyond, they have a tapestry that they write on, which is set in stone. And the only thing that can destroy it are world enders, which is the complete opposite.
I can do that.
Apparently, everyone's fate is intertwined and written on the tapestry. I've never gotten proof, unfortunately, during my studies. I've been trying to see if such information is actually true. But there are little specks of dust, I suppose you could say, that points towards something that could be possible.
This surely isn't the strangest thing you've seen.
Well, for us, it's the Norn. They are essentially, what's the right word here? Seers. They know the fate of everyone.
Hey, Glowstick, how you doing?
I do not wish to shock you, but I believe there is a
Thanks for
walking
luck,
pair of
Tommy.
pants right there.
That's Ezekiel.
Oh.
The magical set of armor.
Oh, hi, Nadine.
Sentient armor.
Hey, they've been coming around.
Sentient sense of bad taste. That could have been bad.
I didn't really expect to see one as a person.
That's also like a foot.
They were like animated constructs.
Kibbs,
That's pretty much what we are.
you're surprised that you are seeing a living object.
In Metaverse, yes, this is the first.
Think of your words very carefully, Kibbs.
Think about it for
Hold
a
on.
second.
This is getting interesting
Who
again.
else was previously an object whom gained sentience and was now the deity that you serve?
Ah, the
Yeah.
meta's up now.
Yes.
Yes.
You had forgotten what I am. Kids, how could you?
No, I literally saw him
I see.
Should I show him?
You've already forgotten the
Kise?
tenets. Yes.
Yes, you should absolutely show kids. Oh, that's not what I thought you were showing him.
Sorry for any sweat I might be getting on you.
That's our pipe form, yes.
Had a lot happen
Yes.
today.
He said a yokai.
That's Kise original. That is Kise's body.
This is Kise's body, just like that is Ezekiel's body.
Probably
Yes.
Imperium related something.
That makes sense, mate.
Something like that.
Okay, now I can visualize it a little bit more
Takes out a
conceptually.
rag and gently like
You still have so much work to be my cleric.
Fully cleaning off all the bits of sweat and blood that
You still have a lot
is
to
Now, you know, normally people who forgot Kise, what she is, what she... They normally get cursed.
Sorry about that.
What kind of curse?
Have you ever had the feeling you needed to sneeze, but it just wouldn't happen?
Oh,
Oh no.
Think of that for all eternity.
you're even with me in the back.
All eternity.
Constantly. You are on the verge of having to sneeze. It is right there. But it never comes. You are never able to sneeze. But it's a constant feeling.
To a small battalion at this point.
Well, I guess it's lucky
I think
that we
yes.
don't have an organic body to do that.
Alright.
Yeah, gay army.
You heard him, Kise. He thinks it's just.
Ezekiel,
I think a curse is yes.
Yeah.
Cause I
mean, it's a pretty strong
kind
word now.
of compare
More than I'm
pieces,
about to-
Rokai, Sweat, Gill,
They looked at me a bit funny,
met
though.
now. For the first time.
You know, Kibbs, I'm trying to help you here. I'm trying to help you out of the hole you have dug yourself.
But he keeps digging.
You keep digging, my friend. I'm trying to take the shovel away, but you're not handing it
Which is
over.
even worse because the dirt is impure.
Wow.
So I wouldn't offer, well, magic for me, as that's my essentially my life force. I could offer more rune or two to snack on. Those imbued magic from giants. It'd be interesting for them to try.
Hey, me.
You will not forget again, will you?
I craft my own runes for my own purposes, so
Good.
it's easy enough to just.
I expect proper offerings
If you
for
forget
this.
again. Yes, and if you forget again. That curse on top of losing your wings.
Oh no,
Got it. Ah!
Oh well.
Well then, we're just making threats in the open now. Is that a common thing?
No, they gave me the wings.
Yes.
These mechanical.
Kise blessed him with wings.
Alright.
The kami giveth, the kami taketh away.
Exactly.
I suppose so. I'm not on good terms with the gods.
Part where you pretend you're
admittedly.
dead.
Well, I was gonna trade.
Luckily, the kami and
Can't believe it.
the Western gods and whatnot are quite
The
different.
freelancer there gave me a purple handkerchief.
Well, I don't know about that. I haven't met a witch or warlock that is in good terms with the gods. Not a single one.
See, I can get away with it just a little bit.
Committed
Because
to
technically...
A purple handkerchief made from spider silk. He's offering it as a offering.
I am guilty of crimes.
From that
Oh no, not the
freelancer. Like,
Yes.
Oh, you mean?
that one?
Wow.
Her name is Anastasia.
Regifting.
fancy. I was gonna
Honest-
trade it. So like,
Honest.
Do you know what my name is?
Kibbs, you should probably quit while you're ahead.
Kibbs, you now insult the friends of Kise?
Following you for a little bit.
Why do I feel like Kibbs is gonna
I never
kill
learned
him
her
with a heart
name.
attack?
I mean, I'm just
You
having a
never-
giggle at this point.
That is even worse.
Goodness.
I feel bad for him.
One of Kenji's
But at the
cats.
same time, I can't look
I'm
away.
disappointed in you, Kibbs.
Hey, thanks for making trays. Let me know when someone's saying.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
like watching your
Just
one
do not wear
girlfriend
me
do
again, that
something
feels
with
wrong.
you, you know it's gonna hurt them. But they're
I
doing it
correct this
anyway.
mistake.
Also,
Hold on.
that weird skeleton, I think his name was Marrow.
You should have to purify yourself in the sea.
What the hell?
Wait, did he see my
last I
name
saw,
correctly?
he
I couldn't
turned
hear him.
small.
Yes, I wore off because
What'd you say, Daisy?
I saw Cinderback to normal size.
Did he see my name correctly? I couldn't hear him.
Yes, yes,
No, he
Oh,
turned them
he
back
got
in
that
later.
Remember, he's a kobold.
After a little bit.
Oh, I think it's pretty easy to
A bit
remember, at least.
late, perhaps, but I suppose there is something to be
He
said
also
about,
made 10,000 bees appear in my mouth.
correcting mistakes.
Yeah, Modern Mythic Relations is basically an artisan and educational guild for
I saw him
helping people
turn blue,
interact
It indeed
with
does.
other races
Well, actually, both
when
of
like
them
they may
said
not
that.
be like compatible with like physical
And I do this
issues,
He turned my parents small.
like those that are like super hot and can't touch people because they burn them, or like people are acidic, that
I'll be
kind
sure
of
to be
stuff.
on the lookout
Must have
whenever
been
they
your
actually
name,
need
and
your mouth to be stitched.
Sort of found
Yeah,
I'm sure
my
that's
mom
coming
and
at some
dad
point.
now.
Mm-hmm.
Never say never.
Right.
Oh yeah, I ate 10,000 bees, by the way.
So at what point do you introduce your girlfriend to
We
your
shall see
parents?
about the future offerings, and also you need to properly purify yourself in the sea. And we shall go from there.
The little voice that you hear in the back of your
Introduce you
head
to
that
who?
tells you maybe I should stop talking. You should probably listen to it a little more often.
Oh yes, very much so.
What'd you say?
I'll say, so at what point do you introduce your girlfriend to your parents?
It is indeed.
Also, I keep forgetting that
do.
that's your actual height. We used to
Both
say
I mean-
you're taller.
They usually hang out at Red Wilds in Arcala. We could go there together
Well, consider I
sometime.
have a long tail.
Yeah, sure.
I didn't want to like hit the fire.
Yeah. As someone who has lit their tail on fire, don't do it.
Oh yes, I
Just don't
remember
want
that.
to be
Oh, I remember that.
I am a purple kobold,
That was
not
an
a red
accident, and you
kobold,
know it.
not fire resistant.
Yes,
I feel like the
accident.
smell would be rather awful, if anything.
I'm glad that I did not have my flesh golem at the time and could not smell anything.
Eventually, be just part of me.
Burnt hair has a
That'd be
smell
It's
that
pretty
is
nice.
awful.
My fish form has a tail.
Especially when it follows you
I don't have
everywhere.
a tail, but I have an active
Well,
and my stinger.
given the things that I've smelled in my past, burnt hair is
It's pretty close, honestly.
not as bad
Not nearly the
of
worst.
things.
Mm.
Yes.
So it requires purification.
But yes, silk
You know,
and
it's
species can be
really
traded
sulfur.
with the nobles where I'm from, so it's a really high value
I'm
item
glad I can't
from my
smell.
perspective.
Hmm.
I would show my fish form,
Unfortunately, yours
but...
is-
Yes, but you just received that.
So,
Unfortunately, that's true, but
Mm.
there's
Really
something that I've
soft.
seen that I'm glad I don't have a stomach to deal with.
I bet.
Oh, I trust it is
So,
excellent.
Are you offering that as an offering to
One of the things
Kise?
that I did,
Are you still trying to?
like eating
What you
part
and
of
do
the
that.
skeleton.
No, what you and I to do with the cinnamon buns was fucking disgusting. Ugh.
I can make some
do we
trades
do with
if
the
you give me some
cinnamon
time to give up.
Oh, that.
Much better
yeah,
trade.
Yeah, where we were,
Much
like,
better gift.
regurgitating it
Porcelain.
over-
I suppose that's entirely up to Kise.
Celine.
Hmm.
Do you want the gifts now?
I've interrupted.
My limited
if you wanna
supply?
go to our call
Or
city, you see
much,
Me and my dad
much
you have a
bigger.
chance. Or
Much
some
bigger.
of the cinnamon buns.
5 times better. 5 times better than
We
handkerchief.
kept eating
Oh,
cinnamon buns.
did you hear that, Anastasia? You're saying he gets something much better than your
She's the
work.
Fae Baker.
Is that what you were saying?
Great
Eating the
person.
same one.
apparently so.
Goodness, goodness.
So I'd eat it.
Right,
then-
right in front of her.
I am a kobold of cunning, trade, and offerings. I am confident I can trade one
I'll be pretty
handkerchief
happy
for
when my kids
something
can start eating. And I can introduce
of
them
high
to food.
value.
I suppose it still tastes the same. for
Of high value. Not saying that yours is high value. Goodness, what do you keep doing, kid?
What is the term here?
The very sheer rarity of a handkerchief made purely of silk. Spider silk, no less. From a half-humanoid. I'm not gonna find that anytime soon. Have you bumped into any lot of arachnes around here?
You know what? I'll tell you what,
I have
Kibbs.
soft taste, so I can't judge for myself.
What's the adjective wrong there? High value for high
Quite a
value?
lot of people seem to love them, so...
I'll buy the handkerchief off of you.
It is called prophylaxis.
Alright, High Priest.
Alright.
And for now, I'm just gonna relax.
Remember to wash it in cold water.
That's better.
Good to know.
Prophylaxis.
Cold water.
Hold out your hands.
I should learn how to illusion my
3 master-crafted, well, above
funny.
master-crafted golden rings. I think that should pay
Tell if my head's back on, by the way.
for such a thing.
like this.
Some
Yes,
people have
head's
a
back on.
There
Some people said don't see it come back on.
gold. That
My
gold
goodness,
is
you're
probably more pure than anything you will find on this plane.
Oh. Well, I only need
I'll
to
be
compare
honest,
with
Except for me.
you're more bold than me, and I physically don't grow hair. I don't know
Aside
how
from
you did that.
Kise. That, my dear, goes without saying.
My eyes!
What just happened?
He illusioned his hair.
Oh.
I missed it.
No.
Bald. Ridiculous.
But yes.
But at least
3 rings. I will find something.
Kibbs, I should point out, those rings are worth several thousand credits apiece.
Head.
Indeed.
If not tens of thousands.
Head.
Down here.
That's actually better to know, actually. Because spend some thousand of credits
This is fine.
in conversion to gold. That helps a lot, actually.
Oh, he's doing it again.
No, just head.
I see.
Why, Jaden? No.
Well, I am just a head. Right now.
He's not as bad as the beard,
Oh,
but
that's
no,
okay.
still
What are you
terrible.
I mean, it's very charming, but it's also.
That is not charming. Do not enable him.
Okay. No,
This is fine.
I said that wrong. They're worth several thousand in gold.
Say understandably
At least
doesn't
I
like
can
it.
do what Astro didn't just steal my head.
Those rings.
And
So
arms.
the conversion to credits is significantly more.
If I find a trader in the Metaverse, which I don't really think will be my high priority, I will know of that. But I will focus on the gold trade in Faerun. Again, we see
By the way,
like merchants
you
and
auto
everything
made
so
I had to give
often.
you cat ears.
Spider silk is indeed worth quite a bit, but
Hopefully not.
probably not that much.
Okay.
It's also
But it
the
is very
size that
beautiful.
matters too, like,
It is.
Honestly, spider silk is useful in one thing specifically for the average person, and it's the fact that it's near indestructible.
Animated of armor, Jaden. Well, actually,
That's
for anyone
good
else
to
who's
know.
not
Huh? I suppose that would make for a good ramp if I needed
With
to.
the hoops.
That is why I purchased it.
kind of yes, kind of no
A
situations.
simple rope
The
made
first
out of
one's not,
spider
and he's more
silk
of
can
a
hold an
fireman, so
entire
the suit of
vehicle.
adamantium armor. Adamantine armor. The other one's
So I'm
made
hearing is I need to be ramped in it if we do any more missions.
hundreds of
I mean, I think
gold a month.
I'm back.
He's like,
Okay,
He
Kibbs,
controls the suits of armor, but
let
not
me tell
the
you,
entire castle.
remember how I said
Sorry.
I've been to Asgard?
he's like the basically the same thing, but like.
I didn't go there for a
So much, and every
pleasure trip.
You basically me, but much.
I went there to steal something.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I used to know
Steal something very, very valuable.
No.
It was
Right,
one
I
of the
got
many gifts that were forged by the dwarves of
Mrs. Lady.
my gods.
Has he
I
continued
don't
to
think so.
has he continued to dig himself a hole into the Mariana treasure?
It is
Yes.
Alchemist.
the ring itself was called, or is called, Dropnir,
I don't think I have much to say in
forged magically
Good to
by
see you, by the way.
dwarves.
Hope you've been doing well.
The finest materials, the
Good.
purest
Good.
of gold.
I'm glad.
It's okay. Sometimes takes a while for
It is a ring
to pay.
that every 9 days will make 8 perfect duplications of itself.
That's quite valuable.
Oh god, the marketing with that. I hate him.
Minus the magical properties.
Wait. Did you just say that you have gold that can duplicate itself?
Yeah.
Truly.
That's what I hear.
Yes, I have a ring that can duplicate itself.
It's mostly despite
I
Odin.
don't suppose you have more. Just by curiosity.
That's technically what I pay Jaden in.
And Echo.
I'm gonna. And Echo. Though Echo prefers that I convert it to. Though Echo also said they don't mind. This bag is filled.
No. I would like. Do you have a sample? I would like to study it.
This bag is filled with the duplicate rings.
That's what I mean. See, the thing is that in alchemy, gold created by strange means is improper. You know, you can't use it in alchemy. It breaks the laws of nature. I want to see if it would work. Because it would definitely be a boon.
Led to a lot of
well,
just me.
red wilds.
I'm a living squeaky toy.
Jaden, I love the fact
gonna, like,
that when
fling
this
it.
one made the squeak toy noise, you very
Well, that is one of the duplicates.
investigate out of curiosity.
Well, I'll let you know the results then.
I'm curious.
That's rather exciting.
Having done quite a bit of transmutation, I've not done a transmutation with those. For a similar reason, I was uncertain. Also, I may need them in case my gold is damaged.
Well, I don't wish to be one of those, what do they call it, buzzkill? But let's just say that, if it just so happens that it works, it's one of those things that it might be a bit of a one-hit wonder type deal. You know, you do it once, it's like a do it once, shame on me, do it twice, shame on you kind of thing. I think if you use it more than once, or the same method more than once, I think someone in the upper buff might take notice.
Another what?
Oh no, it was a gift from dwarves to Odin. It was his ring.
Wings.
So technically someone they will take notice, most certainly, if anyone.
I was mostly not referring to you in specific, since you seem to have your own circumstances shackled to you. I mean more, somebody like me, you know, witch of the beyond. I like saying that. It's
The
funny.
cosmic forces that deal with alchemy.
Yeah, certainly. If someone like me uses a ring that was duplicated by unforeseen forces into alchemy for transmutation, I feel like the great beyond is gonna smite me where I stand, you know, in a few days. But I am willing to take the chance. If I don't come back in a week, you'll know why.
Good luck, dear. You did say you enjoyed the risks of education.
Well, the risk to get this ring was deep within inside the castle walls of Asgard, and it didn't come without its price.
I can imagine. But see, the thing is with people like you, right? I consider you one of those special cases. You're one of those special people. People like me that were originally born as a human, a lowly little human. In the countryside, we don't get that sort of special treatment sometimes.
Well, I suppose that's a point.
He is a human. He has a god inside of his own head, and it seems like his heritage points to godhood to begin with. I think we're a little past human, per se.
Okay, fair.
I wouldn't discourage him.
Hopefully soon enough.
If we have to compare our both of our personas, you know, I'm basically standing in front of royalty that could perhaps smite me down versus me that was cursed with a parasite.
Yeah, there is an
There
I
you
need
go.
you to be leaky one day.
Oh.
Leaky.
Leaky?
I doubt it.
Uses
Is that
magic
Leaky Jackson?
He's actually our guild alchemist.
Yes.
I can.
Am I imagining?
Quite good.
Girl that uses magic.
He has a bit of a, what do they call, loose screw, but he is good at what he does.
He's mostly harmless.
I mean, I was just stating the obvious. Have you never heard of the stories of the 12-legged spider? Does that ring a bell? The old folklore tales?
Enlighten me.
Very simply said, it's a spirit. A very unkind and jealous spirit that treads the realm of the humans. It finds places that are damp and dark, you know, away from folks, small cities, with barely a few hundred people at most. It requires certain sacrifices to keep going. It kind of induces folklore tales of kidnappings on children and curses and whatnot. Sort of like a bit like pestilence and whatnot. Well, as it just so happened, I was gracefully chosen to be a test subject.
Listen,
And it's where this thing comes in.
ways that aren't cringe.
I got gifted those nice, pleasant eyes and this shell. So fun. So quaint. So yes, I would say that in this case it's a little bit less than grandiose. There is no godhood that awaits me.
Yeah.
That's how that works.
Literal sense.
I guess I can produce silk. That's cool, right? That's neat. It's like.
See, darling, this is why I worry about those that rely too heavily on these ideas of fate and fate controlling everything and nothing can change. Because who is to say things can change? Things seem to be changing in this world every moment.
I've been studying my whole existence to eventually break this curse, hopefully.
But probably not as strong
Maybe.
as you.
That'd be nice.
There you are then.
You are pretty strong.
Hypothetically speaking, if you were able
I am
to
as
break the
squishy
curse,
as a human.
is there anything you'd
I was
keep
going
from
to
it?
say it probably wouldn't kill me, but
Or would
then I
you be
realized I
done
don't
with it
have
No, I would die.
in my body
I
anymore.
am probably
break the curse, I
the
would
weakest
perish.
person you know.
I have long
person
expired on my expiration date.
But you make up for it by having
You
the ability of giant sentry dog that is.
See, the thing is that I'm not just trying to break the curse. That part's easy. I could go to a high priest and ask them to purify me. That's the easy part. But like I said, I would fall to dust.
Too bad I can't
I would be
bring you here.
destroyed on the spot. I'd like to regain a little bit of normalcy.
If I may.
But also still exist.
Marvin.
Yes, I'm looking to regain the youth that was stolen from me. My life as a performer, I would like to have it given back to me.
Understandable. I wish you luck. I
Excuse me,
unfortunately don't know
have a
dick about
question.
alchemy.
No.
Yeah.
See, the occult arts are fickle. I'm not hoping to actually solve it anytime soon, but I have been studying. I've learned a lot of interesting things, a lot of useless things, a lot of things that people have died for.
I am
And,
extremely careful.
I suppose I am closer to understanding it, but with every step, it's one of those things.
Previously,
You go
I
to
was
the
more
astral
fragile
plane to
than I
learn
am
things that are
now.
meant to
I
be
was
kept
in a
away.
hover chair,
You
a
come back with a little bit less of
mobile
yourself.
chair that
It's a little
allowed
bit
me
like
to
that.
Go from place to place because
So you need to
I was
regain
emaciated.
pure control of your soul. And then from there is simply a matter of, I suppose, regaining the youth and keeping yourself from falling to dust would be a matter of transferring your soul to something like my flesh golem. Something a bit fresher, but you need to be in control of the existence itself.
I would somehow need to break the shackles that this entity has on me as a being.
Yes.
At the same time, I would need to preserve it. Change it to something else and hope that everything works fine. That level of magical beyond and skill is practically unheard of in a solo ritual.
Extremely complex. In a solo ritual, yes. What you need is a group ritual. That is a good start.
In a magical sense. He was able to.
I'm gonna get moving. I should probably get home.
All right, Jaden. Tell everyone we said hello.
It's almost feeding
You
time,
take care.
so I better get back before they start protesting.
Yes, hug the little ones twice for us.
They've
Individual in question
discovered how
altered
their
my
lungs
DNA
work.
enough so
They've
the
discovered how
muscular
to yell.
dystrophy disease that was killing me was no longer there.
May the gods have mercy on you, Jaden.
I am as follows.
Once they're all fed, changed, and back asleep, I am pouring myself a very strong drink.
And this is why they're getting their own estate separate from us.
I was originally
Have you got any insight for me, Mimikyu?
a wood elf. As far as weakness goes, I'm still just as weak as a normal human. I don't have any powers or magic abilities or anything like that. The only thing that I have that's erroneous is an extended lifespan.
I have to just end on a note. I'm one of those literal cursed people. You know, some people, they say they claim they're cursed, but they have a bunch of upsides from it.
Die of old age.
For me, all this curse gave me is a set of arms, claws, nice eyes, and the ability to never be able to touch anybody. So yes, very fun, very quaint.
Yes, I could not imagine not being able to touch anymore after my flesh golem.
To people in this universe.
I mean, I suppose I can cover myself in bandages, you know, look like a big roll of toilet paper.
Oh. Oh
I was
no.
about to ask that, actually, like, couldn't you equip yourself?
To plant people that can survive nuclear bombs.
Exactly.
Oh, the silk.
Muppets.
Why would I take that the wrong way? I'm proud
No,
of
not the
that.
silk. Like, so there is mythological item that makes things into gold if it touches it. I don't know the name of it.
If I'm covered in things that are meant to break curses, it hurts me. It's not that simple.
Like, it's an oven mitt.
I die. If you swing a sword
Oh,
at me, I'm
really?
probably gonna die.
Well, yes, I could, though I would look absolutely ridiculous.
My prowess comes out when I work on technology or build machines. That's what I'm good at.
As an armored character.
I suppose like those long silk entertainer gloves.
This arm can hit with a lot of force.
I'm just allergic
Yes,
to
but you see, wearing long gloves for me is a bit difficult. My hands are a bit short.
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
I was
that is where the
about
silk
to
comes
point
in.
that out.
Tends to be... Fabric tends to be a bit... let's say spongy when it comes to curses and the likes. These things, they emanate a little bit of my curse around me. That's why I can't touch anybody. Unfortunately, when I hold things like, you know, for example, a ball of yarn for too long, if I just hold it, eventually it'll take the properties that I simply expunge naturally.
Hmm.
Do you see the issue?
Like,
Oh.
like
Yes, I would see the issue.
It's called innate corruption.
Wrong with humans, in fact.
There's nothing I can do about it so far.
I mean, I guess they're probably
I made a pair of gloves a long time ago.
stronger than your species.
It took me about a year to just make them out of my own silk. And every single time I go out, I need to purify them myself to make sure that if I shake hands with somebody, I won't send them into a rage-induced paranoia moment of nightmares. It's very fun.
I'd say
That makes sense.
Hmm.
I've seen some links.
Oh, have you ever thought of the concept? Well, considering many people use, what do they call them? Things like the bags of holding, the dimensional spaces. If you could create gloves in the shape of that wrap around, then technically your hands would be in a separate space and not actually be exuding onto the outside.
Yeah.
They can and will outlive you. They will outsmart you. They
I
will be
think
more
I understand what you're
survivable
trying
than
to
anything that
say.
exists.
That would make it that I can't move my arms, though, or move my hands.
We only live for 30 years.
Yes, you'd have to.
Wearing a
Except for me.
prosthetic.
You would have to figure out
For me, every step of the way.
Yeah, it sounds
how
like
to.
with extra steps. No offense.
Well, you would have to figure out how to. First off,
It's getting very hard to remember everyone.
do that with gloves, but also how to enchant it so that way when you moved while you were inside the gloves, that it would also replicate that movement.
It'd mostly be a matter of making the spaces small enough on the outside that sort of fits in.
That seems like a lot of effort. And two,
Perhaps.
I would like to regain the sense of touching things because I wish to experiment touch again. Not simply like I have arms.
Of course.
No, that's fair.
Think of more of a stepping stone, at least.
I do appreciate your efforts to help my situation, but that would be
Yes, that is
I suppose.
more or less.
There was also the fact that
so far the only people that haven't been affected were synthetics, I think they call themselves. Apparently if you can't dream, you're not affected by my parasites.
connect to my drone anymore, and it would automatically start walking to the
That would make sense.
See, it's not exactly. You know, some people think that all of the spirits and deities out there are all powerful beings. I simply think that they don't exactly follow normal rules. That's all they are. Annoyances with extra steps and rules.
That is very true.
Indeed.
They use their power to intimidate and exploit
I had someone get angry at me.
things that they want from you, but they are just
enslaving a synthetic, and I'm like,
children pretending to be gods.
It doesn't have a brain.
No.
Honestly, it's like dealing with a preteen just having an angsty moment. This one specifically enjoys one thing. It enjoys leeching off of things. So sometimes I let it on to somebody that I don't like. You know, for a few days.
But it was just so it would do things I told it to do.
Well, as long as that works. To be fair, I would do similarly if there was someone that I needed to curse.
Yeah.
Then I would not have to
Try
put the
to
energy
be
myself.
like nice about it, because there is a certain threshold that I need to avoid unless I want to, well, to do something bad. Simply said, it's a transient curse if you're familiar with the term.
Oh, yes. If so.
See, the longer I touch somebody, the more additive it gets onto them. This corruption, it spreads. And over time it leaks on its own. Since it's far away from its host, it eventually dissipates and comes back. The longer you're tainted, the worse it gets. Very simply said, you won't stop decaying or anything like that, you won't start losing your powers, you won't get any weaker or anything like that. But you're going to have a bit of a fight, a bit of a split even.
My drone is actually in my motorcycle.
And unfortunately, as it turns out, the body doesn't really enjoy being scared. Eventually it just shuts down naturally. So that's why I tend to be a bit careful with the whole touching.
Fun, actually.
I see.
My 3 drones that I had
So far it's very simple. I never, ever touch someone for more than 30 seconds at a time. Under any circumstances.
Interact with the physical world was using a
That's the point of no return.
cybernetic device implanted into my brain that allowed me to control machines and interact with them.
I'm not entirely sure it's the same for people that are blessed, you know, those mighty beings. I don't know, I'm just talking about the average human here. But there was a person, for example, at the Misty Shore a long time ago.
Got surgery done to reconnect my
She wanted to know what it felt like. She dared me to make her feel what it was like. That it was all a bluff.
With my drone.
I gave her 10 seconds of exposure.
I got out of my cryogenic stasis pod, got in the chair, and I
And
just
over
went from
the
place to place
following
using my chair.
week and a half, It was like watching a child cry themselves into a corner,
I imagine you were
sweating in paranoia and fear.
It was a
In broad daylight, even.
in the ass. By the way, getting up and walking around my apartment was hard.
Almost reminds me of the blood vein
Sad
time.
about watching an adult sob in fear in a corner of the bathroom.
Pull me up out of my chair by flying.
You know,
some days.
at the gasp and the sightseeing of the invisible. There's nothing there. There's something in the corner of your eye, you see. Paranoia, the gut feeling, all of that. But there's nothing there. And yet it was like watching a child.
Essentially a bubble with a Faraday cage built around it. And everything in there was sanitized and kept clean. Daisy would have to wash herself before she ever... Yeah, Daisy would have to wash herself before she ever went in it.
Oh, well, that is rude.
Granted, I did get a bit, I did get a bit of a laugh.
No immune system.
You know, it's one of those you get what you pay for moments.
So she did.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
It sounds just because it's
If anyone dared me to curse them, I would get enjoy out of that.
Like I said, if they were actually a bit more clever, they would have been to a priest.
Daisy a gooder.
Transient curses are rather simple to actually dissipate.
I married her for a reason.
But I suppose maybe it was a self-imposed challenge. I don't really know.
To be fair, I have yet to see many priests.
I am a hardcore
Aside from Eyes, and technically Sigurd now, because since he is mine.
My partners, I don't trust anyone enough.
Well, I suppose all you need to do is go to a church. Not that there's that many around here, but there are some.
My free rocks still are.
Yes, given the diversity, I do not know. There's been far less shrines and temples.
When I say,
Well, I am hoping to make my own as soon as possible.
To get this much, I mean it.
Well, I guess from where I'm from, we didn't really have priests. I mean, we had seers. We believed, though, they were the closest to the gods, that the gods spoke through them.
Would you kill a redhead?
But I guess that was about as close as we got. But they would also ingest their potions and the like to allow them to speak with the gods.
The seers, those are the ones that peek through the lens of the beyond, so to speak.
Oh.
I've been told that some of them end up blind by doing so. I do wonder if there's truth to that.
Some of them do, depending on what they see. Sometimes, if it's sufficiently bad, some of them have been known to mutilate themselves in terms of their face and eyes.
Well, that's...
Oh, cool chair, though.
Perhaps slightly shocking.
And
they
stasis pod I was inside of.
Communing with the gods apparently for some is
tiny, right?
Overwhelming.
Literal pod.
And it can drive them to the edge of insanity.
I still have it. I was in there for 150 years.
Well, I suppose I do not blame them. Imagine dealing with a bunch of angsty teenagers with godly abilities. I would probably also feel the same.
Oh yes, it is the worst.
Yes, my village actually had two.
It's the reason why I can't.
Mainly because we were comprised of two separate clans back then.
I get inside of that pod every night.
My clan had our own. She was.
Or I lay in my bed.
She wasn't. She never.
And I go that way, stasis.
She wasn't blind per se, and she didn't claw out her eyes, or I've heard some pouring monster acid over their face. She was relatively, seemingly, I should say, unharmed. The other clans, the White Ravens, their seer was... He was
I'm gonna head out. I'll see you.
His
guys
face, essentially, the scarring healed over his eyes. His room was littered with the runes of a madman most of the time. Though I suppose our seer was still quite young, this man was rather old.
I can't help but feel like there are some parallels to be drawn between just your traditional warlocks and necromancers and those seers of yours. I've seen a few necromancers in my times simply just go mad from seeking certain things that perhaps they shouldn't have.
Oh, yes,
You know, the
units
secrets
of
of the
death
very
and get corrupted, of course you will.
Oh.
Lick's face.
Though I suppose...
Stories of necromancers failing to return, becoming floating skulls with
I can't believe you've done
green
this.
flames around their remnants.
Green flames.
Oh, those are nothing but petty warlock acts. Anybody can do those.
Though I suppose communing directly with the Norn can... with seeing all of that and all of... everything all at once before you and hearing them talk to you could probably drive a person mad.
Yeah.
I could
Also knows
imagine.
you two are
I
usually
mean,
busy, but
they are
she
in
do
the Great
want
Beyond
to
for a
hang out with you
reason.
two again.
Or rather, in their own little plot of land.
I have to come over sometime soon. Maybe. I don't know.
To be fair,
I'll text
the
her and
lack
see
of
when
fear
she's
that a lot of you
available.
all I've been seeing in other places is very
Well,
impressive. Like, I'll
like
fight some
he's
half the
doing
monsters
literally nothing
what I
but
keep hearing
staying
about.
in
I will shit
one of the
myself.
caves
yeah,
getting
right,
ready.
'cause-
So
He said I'm
yeah.
just, I can
Well,
take it.
We're simply discussing
I
over
do?
a fire here. Personally, I've had encounters with things that are,
But she is
less
very
than pleasant
open to people
and
messaging
the deep below.
however you people do that, and
It is so
coming over.
confusing. Like,
Are you familiar with
Bushy hands. Just 'cause
the
she's
term
not leaving,
natural
you can go to heaven,
creatures?
so, yeah.
Does that ring a bell?
yes, but you also mean those that are not categorized like owlbears are made from wizards, right?
Essentially, there is something in the magical plane that is created from sheer energy. As opposed to having a soul, it is simply an amalgam, just a conglomeration of things, of just energy itself. Those become creatures that are apparently sentient only in that plane alone. Almost like defenders of this confusing land.
You know, this is actually more common than 5 throughout the universe.
See, the thing is, those things are not meant to be encountered, talked to,
Twinkies are kind
fought,
of unnecessary.
anything like that. They are simply there. Any kind of approach to them will result in you losing a little bit of yourself.
Okay, so not like
Natural defenders, like the forces of nature. You're referring to kaiju?
Not quite. See, those kaijus, those monsters, are able to roam the mortal plane if they wish to, by some unforeseen luck, or perhaps lack of luck. Those creatures I'm on about are, for an example. And this is... I do have some notes, and I'll give them to you if you wish to read about them one day.
Curious.
The Great Brambles. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
And if you haven't, don't look into it. Do not seek it out. It's a land essentially covered in clouds, smoke, fog. It's empty.
You wanna
No
visit my tree
sound,
sometime?
no light, but a lot of smoke. It's almost like you're in an eternal fire, but there's no flames. You're simply lost.
Hi guys.
And then
Yeah, I
there
live in a
there's
big
roaming
tree.
lights,
Hello.
little orbs, almost like fireflies.
Yeah.
At first, I thought it was maybe an apparition of sorts. You know, maybe a new creature to talk to.
Tree's
Maybe
actually
something to
older than
capture
me.
and study later. And oh boy, was I wrong.
Most trees are old.
I'm lucky I got out.
No, but like I'm
See,
really old.
those things. Are you familiar with the stories of anglerfish? Those strange creatures with a lot of teeth and a little bit of a light at the tip of their heads.
Yes, the distraction light.
Technically, a friend of mine is a merfolk who takes the appearance of an anglerfish.
Well, I do hope for their health and safety. Well, those little lights, as I said.
Bye-bye, love you.
I realized something way too late. And I got lucky. Oh boy, did I get lucky. Those things, they are quite literally things meant to drag you below. You know, snatch your soul quite entirely. Just take it from you. You're supposed to get intrigued by those things, and then you just see a gaping maw with teeth. At the very last
Oh,
second.
that's horrifying.
Luckily, I have a few tricks, and I was able to set a decoy. Just snap away quickly. And then, of course, I panicked. Well, at least, panicked as much as I could, of course.
Oh yeah?
And then the next step was to find out how to leave the Great Bramble. And as the name suggests, once you go to the edge, there's nothing. The roots the size of entire buildings, monuments with spikes and spines.
More menacing.
No. So I said,
Careful, that's sharp.
let's try to open a little bit of a portal. I have some time, hopefully, assuming I don't get my head bit off. Set up a few candles and try to leave. And then what happens? I see myself just standing there farther away.
I'm pretty sure Master's done that a few times.
Just a copy.
Not that kind. I mean like the kind with swords and spears.
And then I see it happen again. I see my copy walking to that thing. Almost get bitten and leave. And then come to me and vanish. And then it happens again.
I've seen her do that to her.
Unnerving.
See, there was something happening in there. But it was very clear that I wasn't supposed to be there.
Oh my god, that's
so then I made a deal.
I thought the whole trend died.
I sacrificed about 1 year of my health to break the cycle. To break what was going on. To get out.
Sinister Brew.
What's that? Oh, hocus pocus.
Luckily,
But sinister.
currently I do not die that easily, so I'm not too scared about that one.
Yeah, you drink it.
But if it wasn't for a petty trick and making deals with those below, I'm fairly sure I was done for. I just dug too deep. That's what I mean by walking the astral plane and finding tools to be able to navigate it.
I don't know.
I think it's good.
Because I don't know when it's gonna happen again. Because it will happen again.
Probably.
This metagram thingy sounds like a lot of annoyance.
Yes, all this sounds horrible.
Things you shouldn't have. Unfortunate.
Well, of course. Of course,
I
I'm a
got
witch.
wanted by the police for stuff I posted on Metagram. It's funny.
Every witch and warlock eventually deals a little bit, you know, play a bit too many cards at once. It just so happens. Anyhow, so I will say, with utmost confidence, do not wander the astral plane unless you really wish to see, what do the kids call it? Fuck around and find out?
Yes, I have no intention.
Well, it is the layer between all of them. Like, what connects.
How?
Also, I don't think they really cared much about following that up until, like, the horse post.
Is it safe to assume that you're simply undead, then?
Yeah.
Material plane, astral sea, Feywild, Faerun.
Where I uncovered the existence of the horse hive underneath Orlando Salka's forest.
Think of me as a watchful eye.
Is where all the horses emerge from the
Just by
ground.
sheer curiosity, is she okay with that?
Hive.
That partial position?
That don't
Okay,
sound normal.
okay. I mean, to each their own. Anymore. You're saying that
She
talking
and
to a
I
non-immortal
have discussed
plant.
this
And
thoroughly.
you already know what I am. You've seen all the stuff I can do on the
Hello.
citizen.
I'm an immortal
yeah,
plant.
sorry for
Wolfram,
bogging
can I
you
be
down with my
escorted out in
stories.
like 10
It is quite cool.
Oh no.
Followed you and Matt for on once, but I
I enjoy these
Oh
stories.
dear.
I've seen what you
I
do with
enjoy
the
listening,
Metaverse.
even though I don't
I've been
offer
alive
much
for
back.
millions of
Oh,
years.
it's nothing like that. But the stories of, searching the realms below are, convoluted,
Baby.
often confusing,
I'm
and
just cat. I don't know how to
well,
translate time.
often
into
misunderstood even by
or
myself.
time. So
Admittedly, I don't have a lot of time to
Based
wander.
mature at least.
I wish I could take a vacation and simply go
I am
explore
I know
freely
it's
and simply
adult.
just snap myself out when I need to,
adult.
but it's simple, is it? Costly
Right,
I
rituals.
guess that's all you need to know.
In
Costly rituals, time is
Common is
diluted
obviously
and
not ma-
strange.
Well,
I've had
that
times when
sounds.
it's spent like months, and it's spent like 2 seconds.
I am cat.
Just like I've had moments that, you know, you go
I
for
can
a
speak
week,
my main
and it
language.
turns out you were gone for 2 months, and it's just like, oh, well, I wish I would have known that.
That place sounds similar to Helheim.
I heard Master say
Sounds like
things
a
like
Feywild.
this. I think this would be a time when Master would have said, "I thought your language was
I'm not familiar with the term. Can you explain? I think it's your turn to do a bit of
No,
storytelling.
that's just how I eat.
Helheim
It's
is
one of those.
more or less the realm of the dead, ruled by
I also
the
eat meat.
namesake Hell.
Well, I personally eat just about everything.
It is about what you can imagine, though
And mud.
some people say it's
but not as good.
Like good.
more modern people would try to describe it as fire and brimstone when that's not the case. It's more
Mud.
drab and ash.
What's some of the stuff you do, Guppy? So
You
you
can
walk
blame the
the
gem
land
for
of the
most of
dead.
it.
Looking for information because the particular way I can transport.
Well, Lady Kise, I'm just gonna say your
Yeah.
man has a.
Chin on forehead.
No, I can't say that. I can't say that out loud. I can't possibly say that. Keep going.
Oh.
Meow.
Hello.
Now I'm curious.
I was going.
You
I was
accomplished
going.
it.
I was going to say he's got quite the pair.
Oh, that is true. That is simply true.
Walking the land of the dead for the sake of gaining information.
Yes, that is actually horrible. I hated when he did that. He had to wash himself in the sea just immediately. I could feel it on him.
Because the information I sought was worth the risk.
I don't know. I haven't gotten to that point yet. They're testing.
As I
Oh, I bet.
traveled this horrid place,
What's she doing?
there were several hounds. I say several. I would say more.
Actually, truly master my healing.
I wouldn't say hundreds, but there were a lot of hounds, decayed, draugrs, skinned, flayed. You name it, there was probably one of it. As I was traveling through, someone in the guild decided to spam my notifications, particularly trying to get in contact with Kise. But here's the thing. The way Kise's coin works is it's enchanted to use my phone as a go-between. So I would have to receive it before she would receive it on her end. Well, somehow, because of this enchantment,
You needed healing because you were
I'm able to access the comms wherever I'm at, and due to this notification,
may need to heal with.
that happened
Injuries can be unavoidable and shouldn't
several times over. And because I wasn't aware it was going to make noise, because it shouldn't have been making noise in the first place, because there should have been no signal. It did, and it woke up an army of these undead wolves.
I would ask to
Oh my, that sounds pleasant.
So, at the time, I was with my traveling companion Evie, and we ran for our lives until there was no more ground to run on.
Pronunciation is Kringay.
So I threw Evie into the air and transported them home, while I fell
It is good to make your
several hundred feet into a very large and very deep lake,
How dare Bonk.
which I can only describe as blood.
I shall tolerate you.
I'm not 100% sure exactly what it was.
There was definitely blood involved. I could feel it.
You can't move.
But I had to swim through that as I watched several of these animals also leap off the ledge and into the water below.
my own mom.
Or for lack of a better term, water. And then I had to travel across.
I think at that point we're at the point of saying liquid. Substance.
Yes,
I mean, she's
prefer
dead,
bird mom.
I had to travel across, drenched in whatever this liquid was for what felt like miles until I was able to. I don't even think ichor would be the proper term for whatever this was.
It felt like a.
You know,
Put all those things
you
together
get
and.
quite lucky, I think. Since, you know, these sorts of places, they don't exactly follow the rules. You're lucky that nothing in there was actually living. You know, like a giant, I don't know, let's say like a giant octopus or something like that.
He's green and stupid.
Well, not necessarily, you know, that mythical beast. I'm just saying, like, in a river of, a giant river of blood. I mean, God knows what actually lurks in there, right? Especially in the land of the dead, it seems.
Well, it was deep. I would not be surprised if something like that was down there. But luckily, I traveled until I made sure I was not being followed, and then I was able to concentrate long enough to exploit the Bifrost to get myself home.
It was so painful. How many showers did I make you take? At least 3.
Hi, Kisagawa.
Hello, darling.
A lot.
And it still did not
But at the-
escape for a few tries.
That sounds like a story that Granddad would tell me. Funnily enough.
You see, that's why I thought dragon.
I mean, the followers of magic and the likes usually have stories similar to those.
Oh, wait, they
you
are?
know, either intentional or not, of course. You know, sometimes it greatly varies.
my consent for tonight.
I don't really have
Though I-
stories myself, but
Granddad
I have an
was
heirloom
a old
that helped me
wizard.
resist curses along my journeys.
One cat
It was a
tail.
circlet. I don't have it on me at the moment, but
I
it seemed to be
don't
able
think
to
I
remove a
don't know
curse
if
at
I
least
get
once a
tail
day
anytime soon.
off of me or somebody else.
crafted the
Hey.
made intentional to
No,
make it look as
an
accurate
Atlantean
as
artifact of
possible.
some kind. I don't know its
They're
true
not
origins.
here.
I couldn't
I
tell.
think blessed
from,
items
a
like that are
distance,
rather
but yeah, I can
useful.
feel it.
They're fairly rare, however. Usually they're kept by some kind of organization of faith, and you know the kind, the ones that keep everything and like inside of a coffer, never to be used.
Where I come from, the cosmic dragons are actually the rulers of the of Atlantis. Where we came from.
A bit closer.
I never been to, though.
Seemed a
We
little.
want to come as close as he'd like.
If you are interested in such an item, I might be able
Is
to
everything alright?
By an old
Yes.
wizard. So.
If you wanted to do some experimentation on how it works, because the original creators of it don't exist anymore.
Why would you ever be
You're
able
being
to
all
take such a
fidgety,
big
so it's
I
hard
don't
to
take
give
you
you
up on
up.
that offer. Though things that remove
Oh,
curses and me
sorry.
don't mesh very well. Inherently.
What sort of divinity do you mistake me for?
Indeed.
Though I
The
got
concept
the
of
name that I
purifying
needed.
and carrying something that can do it
Am I the sort of
automatically is
divinity
usually a
who's
little
going to
better.
take something wildly out of context and go, I
By the way,
No, of course not. Why
Mr.
would I do
Sigurd,
that?
Fake gamer.
your
That's what.
prediction of the Ravens, according to my granddad, wasn't far off. Apparently, it was very, very spot on.
Ravens are generally seen as the servants of Odin. All ravens.
That makes sense.
I didn't see it because, well, I can't see very well at all, but my grandfather was able to spot a sense of divine side vaguely, but he said it was there.
You fell for it.
Well, because they're all of
Second oldest trick in the book.
Odin's creatures, doesn't necessarily mean he was specifically spying, because birds will also be birds, but he would have the ability to see through their eyes if he so choose. So.
Well, for my sake, I hope Granddad was wrong.
More of the there's
No,
too many
Max
birds,
really
not enough
died.
mind to look through all of them at the same time.
Well, there's also the fact
keep
that
hearing that birds are not real.
Granddad is
In some places.
In Orlando
he
Soccer, they
can't
aren't.
see too well through my eyes because he's dead.
Apparently.
So.
Well, except for that one crow.
So,
that I
you know,
talk to
so before I
sometimes,
forget,
they're
like, we
cool.
didn't get the
I
whole
think they're
picture.
real.
How did you get that name you wanted from there? Like, how did you get the information you wanted?
I ripped it from a soul who had the information I needed.
Oh.
Also, I guess that
Well, that's one way to do it, I
that
suppose.
used to be a human.
Although,
I wonder how they're doing. I wonder if there's still a crow.
finding their soul there was confusing. No, one would think they would have gone to Valhalla.
Yeah, good Indiana, how you doing? Good to
Now
see you.
that I think about it,
Now I can see shit.
it makes
How to
sense for
reload.
his soul to be there.
I might have an answer.
I went to seek the remains of what was left of my namesake.
Is it a sinister brew?
The story goes, after he killed Fafnir, he consumed the heart and bathed in the blood of this great dragon, essentially granting him more or less immortality and impenetrable skin, save for one spot on his back, where, unbeknownst to him, a leaf had fallen, covering the spot where the blood did not touch. So he goes on to have an affair with another woman. His wife finds out, and she stabs him in the back, killing him, piercing his heart.
Yeah, she should.
Well, I know whose side I'm taking on this story.
Yes, exactly.
I found his soul, and thanks to the assistance of Fenrir, I was able to
Pile of limbs. What is going
persuade the spirit to give me the information I needed, and all I got was a singular name.
The cat
Nithheath. It's apparently a location.
She's physically stable.
One that I don't know where it is.
Detect anything magic? To this day?
No.
Do you still
this
not?
one doesn't have any magic.
I am
other than can feel
still
the
poking around,
energy to you. She's not
trying
gonna
to
be able
find
it's a magical effect on you.
where specifically.
This one is literally just an empowered cat.
Do you have anything else in a name? By any chance?
Nothing. Just that is where I will find what I'm looking
You
for.
have an increased power level, but not that it's magic.
Mm.
That you are more predatory.
Well, I was going to offer my help, but I can't work with nothing, unfortunately.
Neither can I, which is why things have slowed down quite considerably on my end.
Hope she don't make the master gonna be mad if she.
The world is so vast.
She'll be fine.
Especially a
Well,
world
it is
with many
quite
worlds.
intriguing, nonetheless.
And the bastard will become.
That's not.
What is
next
this
to
is not a location
The word of Kise will go to the customers and beyond.
Hopefully there will be something.
Welcome back.
Well, in some cases, yes. The information I did gather was... It is, in fact, a location, and the thing that I'm looking for is there. I just don't know where it is. Because, see, as long as... Nothing is lost to time. That much I have found out.
I wasn't.
That's good.
Fair.
That just means I may need to have a conversation with someone who would know where it is.
I believe you would have better luck discussing with one of those seals you mentioned earlier. All those, I've had a lot of good times discussing with scholars back home in regards to certain topics.
Perhaps. Although, to talk with the seer of my village would require me to have to home, and currently
I am Imperial.
my village is
I
being...
have awoken you from your slumber.
I'm sorry, the flux tried to take me. Right now my village is currently being occupied by Odin.
I am Imperium Krios. I have awoken you from your slumber.
Cryptic asshole.
What if someone went for you?
I have thought of that. I have paid mercenaries to try to approach my village. I had one of them stay back as the others tried to enter. And from the video file they sent me, they were immediately set upon by my people with glowing electric blue eyes. Slaughtered.
That's not good.
And then they slaughtered the one who sent me the video.
Well, that seems constructive. At least you have some information. Good intel. Rest in peace.
I'm on the ground.
They were disposable. I had assumed they would die going in. Did I tell them that? No.
Oh my. That's quite cold.
That's really cold.
Murderers,
Something a lot of
fools.
people...
Hey. Bad dancing. No thanks.
And something a lot of people choose to not see when it comes to me, or they ignore it completely for whatever reason. No one is wholly a good person.
I mean, personally, if mercenaries are so much after gold that they can't exactly see the risk in something, that is a little teeny tiny bit on them.
Exactly.
That's how I see it.
They risked things.
It's a little bit like sometimes I open portals to the astral plane, and I ask villagers if they want to help. I'll give them certain things, certain gemstones in exchange. I tell them the risks, you know. If you enter, there's a chance that your soul and your own body will be spread and disappeared and vanished and broken. You know, the risks are rather simple. And most of them turn away. But every once in a while, some of them, perhaps out of a moment of bravado or heroism or whatever you want to call it, they just go.
I should be quite honest.
They just go.
Expect such a small sample to awaken
And then I
this
wait,
account.
and I wait. And sometimes something comes back. Emphasis on something, not someone. Something comes back. It looks like them, pale and husk, just drained. And, well, some make it out, I suppose. Not all of them. But I give them what they want. I told them the risks. It's just kind of how it goes sometimes, I suppose.
Yes, exactly. Everything else is their choice.
I hope you
They were paid in advance. They took their payment.
Before you go, I do have a question that Master would want to know.
I told them that the risk was great, but all they had to do was enter the village.
Whenever you plan this fully,
They
would you be like,
initially laughed at me when I told them that there is a chance they would die for entering a village, but they chose to ignore it. They took the job anyway, and they were...
What did you say earlier, dear? Fuck around, find out.
Apparently so, yes. So is it safe to say that your village is under some kind of possession? Like mass possession?
Oh dear, that's not
That or Odin is flexing his
was not like if someone was
ability, retaliation against him.
taken over permanently. Master would not be happy.
My sister claims everyone in the village is fine, which I do believe. However, seeing as how Odin was in my head and was able to take control whenever he wished, I assumed it's the same for them.
Unfortunately.
Well, I suppose that option's out the window then. Can't be sneaking around in a village that's essentially a million security cameras, can we?
Did that actually just happen, or?
Especially his.
Well,
have cameras in favor the way you guys have. So we make do with what we have with animals.
I have
shifts of guards and whatnot.
I essentially have two options.
Something.
Talk to Loki or talk to Freya.
Processing that.
Oh dear. You're far more likely to get a honest option out of Freya, but Loki. Oh dear.
What I've heard, that does not
Well,
seem
what
to
I
be the
have
best.
is
Well, that is definitely where I can't even pronounce myself like at all.
well, I do have a son inside my skull.
I suppose I forget about that bit. You know, it's so easy to just forget.
Yes,
Gotta
he.
smash people's bodies. Just make your own. It's easy.
Well, there is something to be said about creating a body, which is against every single rule of nature. If you do so, you will be killed.
I can imagine.
Absolutely.
Are you alright?
So far, so good.
You can make a fake body. That is doable. But making a permanent residence for someone is well, you'd have to be rather twisted to do so.
Yes, that's why I like my regular body. Fleshcomb is nice, but it is not. It is vacation.
Swing my granddaughter away from necromancy as much as I can, but well, it's difficult.
Hmm.
I've had to deal with a necromancer.
My condolences.
Was water from the spring of the southern coast.
Go straight out and turn right and follow the road.
Is not even
You'll eventually find it.
You're making a temporary
Alrighty.
link between yourself and
I
your
forgot about the
creation.
left or right
If you
after
are
this
killed,
one.
they die. It's not a permanent solution.
Yes.
Focusing
Yes. Follow. Walk until you get to the arches. They're a little messed up because of the ground. At the arch, take the path right, and then just follow that road. That'll take you all the way back to town to the Waystone.
Just make a robot
Hey.
then.
That's nice seeing you to Espermalis.
Good night, dear.
What pre-
I look
Good
forward
night,
to the
Kise.
offerings.
Anyway, my
I look forward to make some trades.
so I bid you all adieu.
And then
Good night.
offers.
Go check in on her and let her know about all
Hmm.
this stuff for now.
Though.
Well, you got granddad curious.
I'm certainly going to be telling
Oh boy.
Master about
It seems
this.
like you got quite a few fellows living inside of that noggin of yours.
Let her know that at least
Just one.
I'm gonna let her know.
My
and
granddad,
tell her that at
and
least
he
according to that being,
links to
its
me.
end goal is to
Doesn't
have its own body and not
possess me
take over
completely.
yours, because I know she's definitely gonna be worried about that.
Though I am so close.
Yeah,
I was too weak in life.
Hmm.
Unfortunately.
That's what they
Hopefully you
said.
can find that information soon enough.
So,
Well, I could take a look in my library to see if the name pops out. I have found a few books from a few places. I haven't read through all of them, I'm afraid. That would take way too long. But
I have also accomplished that.
Yeah, but certainly
maybe, just
appreciate
maybe,
it.
there's information.
My leave as well.
Well, no promises, I'm afraid.
Of
Most
course.
of my information was given freely by people. You know, people gave it to me because they didn't need it. If it's anything related to the realm of the gods, I'm afraid that those things are usually a little bit more well kept, you know?
True. Unfortunate side effect for privacy.
I shall bite that hand.
Hmm.
Must be cautious.
Though I have been lucky a few times. I've gotten receipts from paladins and faith orders and whatnot. A few books from noble places, and those are rather interesting reads. Though nothing on... You are a Norseman, correct? Similar to a Viking?
It'll make you less cringe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's...
Oh my
Speak of the cringe.
god, that's funny.
That is probably the information that I have the least on, unfortunately.
That's my
Yes, we.
You were going to keep
Ah.
Spicy cat.
That's so.
You should have expected as much from me.
40th generation.
I have a score to settle.
Hi. I wasn't born of AC or anything crazy like that, but my family have Norse heritage, yes.
Once she hears this, she's definitely gonna want you to
Well,
as
you
soon as you can, and she's
don't have to be born of a god to have a Norse heritage.
along the process so you don't have to deal with another entity.
From what I remember from my grandfather's yammering, because he talks a lot, so it's hard to pay attention to things he says, especially when you have bad memory. But he said that we derived from Scandinavia originally, and then Ireland, and then from Ireland to North America. And we populated most of the Northwest.
I do not need passengers.
I'm not familiar with any of those places.
Sorry. But yes, I have Norse heritage.
I think you may be born of the more contemporary places, you know.
I don't have J's.
And you, in your case, are more from the ancient times. I think that would be the polite way to say it.
Yes.
A J is a shoe. That is what the individuals at the meat rack
See, the thing is, the reason why I have quite literally very little information about you and your kind is because the only way to find out any information is to either go there or go to a place that used to have such a thing
is to take their days
and do mental projection to see what it was like. There is no bookkeeping. It's so long ago that nobody cares. No offense, of course.
Oh, well, from what I have gathered, there are very few of us who wrote anything down.
This is more along the lines of
Most of
that.
Killed her.
More of our stories were told by mouth and whatnot.
Mouth.
I think you require.
Yeah,
Oh,
but there
was
was
it really
village
him?
elder. Village elder held most of the knowledge.
The next piece.
I mean, as someone who enjoys knowledge, it's incredibly upsetting.
And the few things that anyone can find are runes scratched on rocks and various tablets.
I've taken notes. I found weaponry, old ships, old housing that was preserved through time as monuments of history. But that's pretty much just about it. The literature doesn't tell much beyond stories of basic folklore. There's no actual substance.
Picks up rock. Go do crime.
That sounds like us. We very much liked our stories, especially of glory and battle.
I can just make rocks.
I mean, I do appreciate the literature. You know, it's a good read. You know, it's entertaining. But you know, for someone that wants to learn maybe a little tiny bit more about, you know, the inner workings of such a civilization, it's upsetting. I have nothing. I'm left hungry.
Yeah.
Well, for one, not all of our battles were fought on a battlefield. We used to do a lot of things, something called flighting.
Oh, yes, I remember you telling me about this. Interesting.
Basically, it was two individuals. More often than not, it was for enjoyment and fun. We would stand off in front of one of each other, and we would insult each other to rhyme, essentially. We would come up with it on the spot. We would each have a turn, and at the end, whoever had the better insults was considered the victor.
Very bardic.
So like a verbal duel more than anything.
Yes, I believe it's...
Again, fancy seeing you here.
I saw the sign, so I decided to come poke my head in.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's akin to what people call now these rap battles.
Isn't that mostly for comedy? Isn't it like singing for comedy, that one?
Well, that's pretty much what we did. We had I always forget the term. Cadence. We had a rhythm that we would do it to, and it would rhyme to a degree, and it was back and forth.
Flow.
Yes, it had a flow. And
That's very interesting in terms of, once again, literature. I was more on the topic of, you know, I would like to learn about, let's say, northern magic from your time. That's what I was looking for.
Ah.
Oh, the runes.
A lot of it had to do with rune magic.
I would be quite the pitiful witch if I didn't at least say I cared, you know?
As a matter of fact, there is a project I'm currently working on that I'm having to use my, well, now I guess brushed up knowledge. Back then I didn't have...
Glad to know.
When I was younger, I didn't have a...
Good.
When I was younger, I
I'm
didn't.
a witch in training.
I didn't have much in terms of knowledge on rune magic. I was far too busy, but now I've brushed up on it and remember what, thanks to my guest, I was able to recover some of my own knowledge. My project, basically I'm having to create runes to sustain a vehicle from being electric in any form and being completely fueled by magic. Which involves mostly, well, no, it strictly involves rune magic from my people.
A Magitech vehicle.
Have you thought of using
No.
a siphon?
I'm not sure what that is.
It's a type of focus.
No.
You know, as your traditional focus would be using you as, you need to feed it to do something. You use it to cast something. Siphons are a little bit like the opposite. It's like a big sponge.
Thank you very much,
It preserves what it keeps, and if you leave it in an area for a long time, it'll absorb the mana in the air.
Oh, I suppose that's what I'm converting the... I think they called it a fuel tank. I've converted it using special materials for it to do that. But it's the power source I'm going to store in it is the bark of Yggdrasil. Given the near infinite
Wait, you're going to store that artifact that was given to you to make a car? Am I understanding that properly? Is that what we're
it's not a car, it's what is it, a motorbike. I have taken...
I am uncertain I want to say that's short-sighted, but I suppose it is yours. I feel like one of those things might be one of a kind. You should get yourself, get some strong person to cast something into a gemstone or something, and use that as a power source.
It's more along the fact that it needs to be a catalyst for what he is trying to do.
Yes. So, due to the bark of Yggdrasil, I have been able, and to a special rune that I was taught through countless hours of searching tombs and crypts and fights facing draugrs and the gods know what else. I was able to discover a rune almost as old as the bark itself. That rune, when it transcribed on the back of a bark of Yggdrasil, allows me to tap into the Bifrost. To use it at will. Now, this vehicle is not solely being... The bark is not being solely used as a power source, as more of a easier way to transport myself. Because I have completely stripped everything of anything electronic. I have replaced these copper wires that they use for electricity with mithril and silver and everything else. Most of the chassis has completely been transmuted at a disturbingly high cost into mithril. I have etched runes on the inside of everything.
Gathered something dwarven for some extra catalyst.
to help maintain, I have cylinders that will store the excess mana in the air that the bark seemingly siphons, which this vehicle will allow me to tap into the Bifrost to a higher degree than what I will ever be able to.
Hey, bestie.
Is it what they call one of those man projects?
Oh, very much so. Very much so. Comes back, just.
Understood.
Mhm.
Okay. See, I was listening to you speak, and I was like, "That's it's interesting. It's definitely interesting." I'm like, "Okay. Seems rather convoluted, complex."
It is very complex.
Oh, very much
At
so.
this point, I was going to offer you a broom. Do you want a flying broom? Do you want to just soar the sky like a witch?
The only
You would
reason
complain
why
about his sitting like that for so long.
The only reason why I'm going to so grave lengths to replace everything electronic is because Kise can't be around it.
Oh no, I remember that. I remember that much.
Well, that's good.
The current
It's just
methods
I
are
feel
good
like-
and fast, but overwhelming to an extent, given the nature of the travel. He was attempting to try something that would make it a bit easier for us and give us a bit more of a journey, rather than simply a destination, if that makes sense.
So it is a man project then.
Oh, absolutely. But one that he's very interested in, so.
I was gonna say, even if we're going into just not even going that far into mythical objects, you know, one of those flying carpets.
And there were a couple that weren't moving.
That could have been an idea too.
It's also partially.
Use the Bifrost though.
Okay.
It's also
But it's a method of transportation.
It's also to see if I can actually do it.
Humans don't move.
Using Bifrost.
Well, I definitely respect it. I suppose it's entertaining. It's like if I decided to make a vehicle out of the land of the dead. It's definitely an interesting challenge.
I mean,
Well, that'd be the best use for death, I suppose.
Oh, actually, no, in my case, I would make a flying broomstick
well, yeah, you said that the humans.
that is fueled by the astral plane itself, which seems like the most foolish thing I could ever come up with. It would probably be fun, though, admittedly.
A strong gust of wind knocks you off course.
And they still didn't move.
Or magical weather of some kind disrupts you.
And
No, on a broom.
if Kise is going to be on this thing with me, then she only deserves the flashiest of transportations.
The astral plane part, the flying broom part.
I will take a chunk.
Let me be clear.
I mean,
uncomfortable.
I appreciate the honesty, if nothing else. It's just I find it a bit amusing.
It makes him happy. He gets so into his innovations. It is quite adorable.
I mean, we do enjoy ambition.
And he comes back with his shirt off. That is also always a plus.
I just find ley lines. That's how I go from place to place.
Well, yes, but that requires for ley lines to be placed between 2 points. You know, if you want to go somewhere that there's no lines, then you're just so what they call shit out of luck.
Well,
Make my own temporarily.
with the Bifrost, I can go wherever I wish as long as I know where it's at.
Nothing to do.
Hey, Dana. Good to see you.
See, this is exactly where I'm trying to tap into the astral plane. If I actually manage to find a solution, I'll be able to travel where I want, when I want.
It's okay.
Is it not exciting?
Without eating them, like,
Exciting, sure. So far, a bit convoluted. I'm just trying to make the process easier.
Pretty nice to see.
Indeed.
Well, that's exactly what I'm trying to do because, see, what most people don't realize is they assume the Bifrost is
The linear
teleportation.
something.
That's not true
It's a
at
great
all.
big ball of wibbly wobbly timey-wimey
It
stuff.
physically moves you at speeds no one has ever gone before.
So I've gotten pretty good.
Across wherever you want to go, it physically picks you up and essentially throws you in a direction and then forces you down into the other direction. That's why it's always a sigil always burned into the ground, because that's
that if you
forcing your way out of the
anywhere
the Bifrost.
To make your motorcycle be able to navigate and handle that better, so you could go farther and or not go so fast.
will take and chew
And or as
peaceably.
land as dangerously as it sounds.
Oh, you gotta be careful.
More or less, yes.
If I change
So it's
my
like a control
properties and
pod.
become like sticky honey,
You can
your mouth will
control
get
your
all
landings
sticky.
better and be more safe.
Yes, in theory, having such a thing would allow me to traverse the Bifrost without knowing the exact location.
So it's like
Yeah,
surfing.
and also if you eat my finger, you can't have the same.
Yes.
What's sandwich?
I bought this bag
So you'll be able to go to more places and learn more things and see the world.
This is an insult. You are a strange but fascinating man.
Because we're friends.
I do agree.
You wouldn't be the first one to tell me that.
Back where I'm from, you would call people like you realm jumpers, which is it's
Excuse you, he's my strange but
incredibly
fascinating
people should
man.
not do
I
it.
really don't know.
My whole race is a realm
I
jumper.
know, Miss Kise, don't worry.
Basically the pinnacle.
I get to
plane
call him
of
strange and fascinating.
dragons. Cosmic.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
it's very tangible.
And you know how
Like I
dangerous
said,
it is to do
Miss Kise, it
so.
wasn't
You can
intended as
tear
an
the
insult.
entire fabric of time into shreds.
If I'm ever caught utilizing the Bifrost,
It's still not fun.
Heimdall
It's really good to see you,
will,
Canadiana. It's always good to see you.
not be pleased.
You have a good night. If you're at a, you have a great
He's
night.
the guardian of the Bifrost.
I'll take a little bite of
He controls who uses it.
That simply seems to feed on the top of, are you sure you should be fueling or like tapping into that thing? That seems like it would put more eyes
Well, one
on
of us
you
is
and
very
your
tall and the other is
partner.
very little.
That's what I'm counting on.
I'm not following.
Advanced
See, once
tactics.
I find Nidheath, I'll be able to finish my personal project. And once that's done, that's when the real fun begins.
This is the item that you quite don't know where it is.
So what?
Nidheath is the location. The thing I'm looking for lies within Nidheath.
Do you have like an item like a compass that can
But it's actually made of a
get
special
close and
thing
detect
called
it?
magic jewels.
Like a compass.
All I have is a name,
Jewels are
and
a sort of substance that makes water turn into slime.
I don't think there's something that can detect this. What I'm looking for.
Call me stupid, and I probably am by suggesting
the
this,
chemical
but
composition isn't exactly known,
person
but it
controls the
varies from slime
Bifrost.
to slime. And
Sounds
can be
like you need to
adjusted by
talk
things
to
such as
Heimdall.
habitat,
Because he knows where, might know where the location is, if anyone.
See,
might be interested in your motorcycle as well.
You're just gonna
that's the issue. Talking to Heimdall,
Isn't it just so pretty?
with him being as close to Odin, he would tell Odin what I am.
Okay, yeah, fair. Alright, yeah. See, I knew it was a dumb idea, but it was only plausible when I could come up with it.
No, it wasn't a dumb idea. I considered that.
Allow you to use the Bifrost, or is the motorcycle
Heimdall
like,
doesn't.
stealing it?
Heimdall doesn't know I'm using it,
That'd be a breach of contract.
and that's due to another.
Don't tell me that you keep them as like a
I feel like this is one of those things that's he doesn't know you're using it yet. I feel you'll
Well, he
like,
doesn't know I'm using
eventually
it
get
yet.
a little bit of a knock at your door saying, it's time to pay back.
So
Yeah, doubles down on the motorcycle.
Oh, he can certainly try.
We've had enough of them knocking at our door, just bypassing it altogether.
Right now, the one who's keeping me unseen is Finner. Though eventually, we both know that luck will run out.
Hmm.
Which is why time is of the essence.
What? They're just claws.
Valid.
Well, no, it's just that they're really big and stuff.
Okay.
That being said, I would like to read up on my heritage a little bit. Granddad has told me a lot of things, like I said, but in, out, my ear. I'm so used to him talking and communicating with me at this point that it's white noise. So, there's a lot of things he has told me and said to me about the history of our family that I have just not.
You know, you could cut up so many bad boys with these things.
Well, there's not much what...
Before I forget, because I'm gonna be taking my leave, I'll have something to give to you, actually. But to you too. Soon enough. Remind me when I see you again.
Very
Of
well.
course.
It's to help with your situation.
Oh.
No.
Well, of
I'll
course.
explain later when there's less ears around.
Oh.
I would remove a bit of the surprise, I suppose.
Appreciate it, darling.
Of course.
Good night.
Nice to meet
You as well.
Oh, Eisen Finley.
Anyway, you were saying, Mr. Sigurd?
A lot of our...
Find you nibbling on
You can probably find
covers me.
some things, but a lot of our stories and actual history were word of mouth.
I know. That much I remember from my granddad.
So maybe actually sitting down and talking and listening to your granddad might be the best solution.
I'll try.
Best of luck, dear.
A lot. And I have very bad...
elders before they
I mean,
can't be listened to anymore.
Is this moss special or
Oh, he's already dead.
is it still
I'm a medium.
If you can't make your own moss at home, they always need some cases and store-bought stuff.
He speaks through me. Yeah, that's the problem. He won't shut up.
So,
like,
few things. One,
I love him. I love him
next
dearly.
time, I
Just
guess
so you're
I'll,
aware,
if
Granddad,
there is a next time, I'll come in like this. Just the cat is the more comfortable form because that's actually me.
But he yaps.
Oh.
A lot.
Then why don't you make
Very
it?
well.
Wait, okay.
well, because I can't really. Is that my
This is not Kenshi.
It's fine.
No.
This is Kenshi's
Yeah.
cat.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Long story short.
Yes. When a very large saber-toothed tiger comes walking up onto your...
Yeah, that's understandable. I
Estate.
tried to be as non-threatening in that form as possible. Like to not portray predator.
Yes, that would be the same harpy from.
But yeah.
They're a part of the
Oh well.
Again, sorry.
They are a therapy.
See.
Kinda. But the other thing with that clarification out of the way.
How are you?
I'm curious what Fenrir thinks of my master.
Finally had time to fly over here.
I saw the signs on the walls, so I.
He hasn't interacted with them enough to have an opinion.
No.
Hmm.
No, I don't think I can say it's good. Glad to see
The other
you
thing.
here.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's a
It
pleasure.
sounds like eventually you're probably gonna be going into a big fight, which Master would probably be interested in helping in.
So then you'll be very frustrating.
Yeah.
And by extension, me,
Yeah.
because I help out Kenshi with anything, because I'm basically just a sword for hire. Though I don't really care about coin.
Yeah.
Start making money.
I mean, I know Master likes both of you, so she will help whenever asked.
That crazy Foxo too, you know, likes to help
happy
as
that
well.
It's early to be planning such things.
There are at least a few steps in between at the moment, unfortunately.
There. Yeah.
Yes, I will. However, keep it in mind.
Walking right there. There was another.
Oh,
doll walking
Yeah,
right
I'm
there.
just letting you know that.
That's a
well,
That's, I believe,
after
the.
yesterday,
But she will be glad to know that soon enough I will be in need of her construction services. Since we do have the land now.
When I go back to jungle, I will tell her you will be in contact soon then.
Exciting.
She will be happy with that. I don't know.
What kinds of home-cooked meals?
Home-cooked meals, the kind that I made with love and affection and only a touch of
I never
has.
ever. Not even
just like a little bit.
I mean,
I don't know
honestly,
if
from the
you're
outside.
specifically talking.
Yes.
I am curious.
Good. Moderate yourself while you're here.
It's okay. See, you saying that you had something I love brothers. They're very courteous to me because I'm technically someone.
My dear, I might have to go have a long conversation with Finwiller upstairs.
I've been doing my best to practice on my homework.
Unfortunate.
He's adamant about
Before I start work,
negotiating
how to make
terms of our
myself feel
contract.
but that's good when I'm exposed
Always.
because I keep having to put myself back together and it's awkward.
I'm so
One more
uncertain
would be
about that.
beneficial for the both of us.
It better be.
But it's been so long since I've had to alter my forms to another consistency of color.
Especially since it is frustrating, since this has been a nice quiet thing in our own space, and you are not able to come down to mine.
Yes, I am aware, but we won't agree with it on anything until you. Yeah.
Oh,
I
Flux.
just want to do my best for the
We're
boss.
both working on.
Until you are present for the negotiation of the terms.
Yes, better be.
Or the final negotiations.
Of course, it better be.
Just to note.
Does not go
the
that well.
reason
Always.
For, possible more fluxing
Always
is,
going forward, yes.
The
I just get,
world
Mr.
is
Bones.
Yes,
more
always.
than normal.
Good.
It can usually be an issue with that thing called AWS.
I saw it got beyond
Still don't know
me
what it
here,
means.
and I realized I still need to be more friends.
Things might be more.
I'm glad to have met you.
Fluxy.
They get
Dad
old.
and I, just so it is
If you need me, I'll be upstairs.
given that if he asks,
Glad to hear.
he can.
I'm coming up there eventually, and what do you think? Jotun's breath or the Kakasuchi?
That's all been agreed upon by
As
myself.
long as it is not universal consent.
Let's go Jotun's breath
He
tonight.
asks me every
Very
time.
well.
He asks me
That's
every
all right.
time.
I know you two just got here. I must be off. Well, and by off, I mean I have to go upstairs.
And what does Mimikyu do?
Well, enjoy your upstairs time.
I have to renegotiate terms with a large
It's
wolf.
one of those poke monsters, pocket monsters.
Yes, that's exactly what we're calling it now.
I don't think they do that with them.
I've heard of those.
No, there's a joke in
That
there.
would be
No,
weird.
I got the joke you were making, Ice. I understood.
Do you two want to come over for dinner?
saying
sometime,
I
by the way?
exploded.
Yes.
Of course, yes.
Okay.
Oh god.
The apartment's been set up for a while, so
Exciting.
I haven't had too many guests.
I'm glad to give the
Aside
flesh
from
golden
you.
break.
But you live there, so that you don't count.
Well, still
Mocha.
slowly taking my stuff out. And Mocha.
Slowly.
Yes, just let us know. Probably I would suggest Kise because I'm still doing a lot of preliminary works, and I will probably forget
Man
if you
project.
speak to me directly.
I'll organize with you, Kise. Just make
Yes,
sure you drag him along.
Oh, absolutely.
My man project.
Get you away from your cave garage.
I think it's a perfectly reasonable project. I don't know what they're talking about.
Well, perhaps if it's done by then, maybe I can show it off.
Ooh, exciting.
Apparently, Gramps and I have a good deal of soul searching. That's a funny way of putting it. Soul searching, yeah.
It's close to being done. There's just a few last final touches before I really get into the testing. But yes, I have to before this wolf screams my head off.
Yes. I shall be up shortly, darling.
I'm sorry.
Good night, Mr. Sigurd.
Unfortunately,
Thanks
I
for
don't
the
know how to
story.
give the wolf milk bones.
A little bit.
Good night.
I'm sorry that you. I don't like causing you discomfort.
Oh, what is he doing?
I know you don't. It's not really painful.
Yeah.
Just surprising.
That's not good.
Surprise.
Talking to. Oh boy. Oh no. Okay, so according to him, I have to speak to several of my ancestors, which is going to take a ritual, which is going to take time and preparation, and I have to go to the Wicarium and get that information.
Oh, darling, lucky for you, it is almost time for Obon, so that should be easier.
It's my home. So we'd have
The
to
Festival of
Say
Obon.
that again with.
It is generally when
Okay,
one is
I'm
most
unaware.
easy to speak to their ancestors and the dead. When the veil is thinning. The proper rituals are made.
The only reason why Gramps can speak to me as well as he doesn't is because he was a particularly powerful mage when he was alive.
Ah. Oh yes, Obon is generally in the next month, I believe. That's generally when they do.
Good. Okay.
Ooh, bringing the guild to an Obon festival.
Remember when we were
There's a
talking
lot
about
of family history. I don't know.
organizing going to it, and I said that we should talk to Eyes.
Yes.
I didn't do it. I forgot to.
How dare you?
Now is a great opportunity.
Yes, it is. Obon
He
festival.
distracted me.
Taking the guild to an Obon festival.
You say that. Okay, how about you explain what that is? Then I can be caught up in this conversation.
Well, it is generally a summer festival they have in order to bring one closer to their ancestors. It is a celebration of ancestry in the dead. But in a way that does not completely destroy me. In an emotional sense. And a painful sense, but...
We can do that. There's a similar celebration. I don't know what days yours lands on.
Yes, generally these shrines have festivals with fireworks and stalls with foods and little games and things like that. Oh, people get to wear masks. Yes.
I just realized maybe a couple, maybe a lot of problems with that, actually. I am a medium. I'm gonna need to put wards up to prevent random people to just speak through me while I'm walking around.
Oh, yes, potentially, depending. Though generally, at least in my homeland, the ancestors are not so impolite as to just suddenly jump into some. Unless they are Yurei. Maybe a few Yurei.
Kise,
Yes, dear.
this festival of yours, does it actually do rituals to call ancestors, or is it just a festival?
I'm told that for the most part, several of them are general festivals, but there are rituals involved at certain points. Not every day, though. It's mostly a matter of the veil being
If you do
thinner.
want to celebrate that, if you do want to celebrate that, I would suggest not at the manor.
Oh, certainly not.
I don't think we
That
would
is for a
wanna
shrine,
do it
not
at the manor in general.
Yes. One does not simply create an Obon festival away from a shrine.
We can do human stuff together, but
Hmm.
it'll be great. We can do all the human
We need the
stuff.
proper masters of rituals.
Objects and swinging the things.
I do have a couple of concerns, specifically in regards to Mona's Manor and myself.
But for right now,
Mm.
I am a medium in a Banshee's domain. That is terrifying.
Do not bring any spirits around that Mona does not approve of.
I'm not going to. I'm not going to. That's not the plan. No, it's her influence infecting me is what I'm worried about.
So my question to you is that have you been trained in
I'm
how to
learning.
communicate with, and do you know how to not let them in?
That's how human culture works.
No.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, sorry, it took me a second to realize it was stuck there.
I'm learning that from my granddad as we speak.
I will caution
Not
two
literally
things.
right now, but you get my meaning.
Little shelter.
I get what you mean. I'll caution two things.
Okay.
One, Mona's influence will most likely be particularly strong on you. Now, it will not give you negative emotions outright, but it will exacerbate already set negative emotions.
Oh gosh.
That explains why
Two.
Granddad warded me so much before I walked in.
Two,
No, it's not on there.
Thorndwell right now, and the Dynamo Forest, which is the area around the manor, is in a particularly, as I would call it, a spiritual cacophony because of circumstances that happen within the city. A
Is
lot of
that why I
spirits are
saw
coming
so
in.
many souls in the forest?
Yes.
That
Because
was
of
what
the
that
circumstances
was.
that happen. Because of circumstances that happen within the city, Mona's had to contract her influence to only around the immediate area around the manor, so there is a power vacuum within the immediate area and the
Mona
actual city.
acted as a buffer. Oh. Oh no,
Yes.
that's not good.
For centuries.
Oh
Hmm.
god. Oh, it's like knocking out the Hoover Dam.
They
Jesus.
unfortunately have no idea how much she's probably been helping them.
Watch TV.
Yes. So,
I don't know what
I would
happened.
suggest being careful walking around the city, but also specifically the forest.
I usually just drive straight through. I don't stop.
Don't
Good
stop.
idea.
Unless,
Don't stop.
yes.
Well, except for stoplights.
Well,
Don't,
obviously.
don't like break the law. That would be bad.
I drive
Also,
a
take
really old car.
Also, warning, third warning for you. If you find yourself in the city as you're making your way to the manor, and you see any individuals wearing silver, teal, and teal suits with elephant iconography, do not approach them. Do not go near them, and keep walking.
Okay.
Especially because
Got
of
it.
your
And
past
don't
that
act
you
like
have in you. And do not draw attention to yourself.
They don't have ways of picking up on my powers, do they?
Oh.
Yes.
Yes.
Fuck.
So, there's a group of individuals within. Yeah, I'm sorry. Technically, it wasn't much of an issue, and it became an issue. And also, to be fair,
In my
To be fair,
specific
it's been-
case, I need to know about it. So I'm
Yes.
kind of glad I'm getting told this.
you particularly, I did not think that they would target you specifically because of you are not the typical spirit.
No, of course I am
in
not.
terms
but-
of the spirits that I'm used to. In terms of the spirits that I'm used to banshees, ghosts, poltergeists, nature spirits that are not kami or things of the nature, leshies, things of difference of that nature.
I
So
see.
there's a group of individuals called enforcers. They are they are the spiritual police. Let's put it that way. They have a lot more authority than the regular police because of political circumstances that I will not bore you with. But to be specific,
flies up.
They are the people that will go in and usually investigate and eradicate and exercise any spirit that is existing technically, but specifically causing issues. So if they see you and they see that you are possessed, they will probably presume two things. Either you are a person that might be causing issues, such as an enemy shaman or an enemy medium that might call more spirits so that they are in trying to fuck with people in some type of way. Or two, I know you're not doing it. Two, they might think you're a victim. So they might try to exercise your grandfather, essentially.
So, for context, Gramps doesn't like. It's a remote connection. Because of the curse I have, he has to build he had the exact same curse I did. It skips a generation. He's able to channel through that curse to connect to me briefly and then disconnects. It's not something that
Still
can
wouldn't
be
be
held.
advised to
get close to them.
Yes. The reason why I have long bangs, and I'll pull them out of the way. See how my eyes glowing green? That's the indicator of the curse.
I
It
can't really
gets brighter
tell
when
that they're
it's
glowing, but I assume that they probably are.
Yes. The brighter they get is when the curse is more prevalent. When I was in Mona's Manor, Granddad was getting a lot of picking up on a lot of spiritual energy, and because of that was going, okay, what's going on here? Why am I... What is going on?
Misclick.
And a lot of... This was when I first arrived, and I had to leave for a brief period of time to ward myself and then come back in.
I'm sorry, I got distracted, and like the last 10 seconds, my brain immediately checked out. Can you repeat the last 10 seconds? 5 seconds.
When I went back, when my first time coming to the manor, I went in. My grandfather picked up on all of the spiritual energy, and I had to leave because I was getting overwhelmed. My granddad warded me, and then I was able to go back in.
I'm gonna walk around for a second.
Okay.
Apologies if I bothered you. It's relaxation time, by the way.
Oh, you're good.
It's still a meeting, technically.
But grandfather, Ishladar is his name. He warded myself enough to where I could go in without it bothering me too much. But now that I know this, oh boy. I'm going to be spending a lot of time and credits at the Wicarium.
So I would suggest not staying too long in the city if you're going to the manor, because I know you don't live there, especially the manor in that particular case. And not hanging out too much in the forest.
Okay.
Because it's a bit of a spirit free-for-all right now, because there's no established territories of bounds.
I noticed.
The more powerful and weaker spirits.
I saw and felt and seen. It was a little intimidating. I felt like a fish in I felt like one fish in a huge barrel, basically.
Yeah.
It was like, I was like Nemo in the middle of the Pacific. No, time to go.
Nemo.
It's an old movie about a fish who got lost. Anyway.
Thank you. So since you have a grandfather already warding you. No. Probably not. As much as people, you're not like a banshee. You're not like Mona. You're your own category of thing.
Thank you.
We actually in what was the name of that freaking high city or Prism Heart? They have an entire division or like an entire study on Pokemon. people can take courses and stuff.
Okay. Looks like I got a lot of books to read. And new glasses to buy because holy shit, these suck. For reference, by the way, my eyesight is incredibly poor. I am legally blind.
I surprised you for once.
The only time I can see is when the curse is not as prevalent because the brightness of the glow doesn't bother my corneas, so it allows me to see better. And the glasses. However, when I'm stagnant, not moving, not very active, the curse is active, gets more prevalent. Inside of Mona's Manor, I'm probably only going to be able to see in a 3-foot circle.
To be fair, if I was going to pick the 3 locations that, they're describing how it is. But
You're saying?
Of the 3 scenarios I described, the city, the forest, and Mona's Manor, technically speaking, the safest thing of those 3 is Mona's Manor. Even though the influence on you is probably significantly stronger, you're not going to get randomly possessed by a wayward spirit passing by. Yeah, no. All of them tend to fuck off because of they don't want to get eaten by Mona.
I haven't gotten to talk to her yet, but I'm going to take some precautions before I do talk to her. Though I know she'll probably take the precautions herself as well, but I'll figure it out.
Mona, as long as you're under the banner of the guild and are a guest, she will not harm you.
Okay.
And she is someone who very much believes in consent.
Oh, yeah.
She would not form the guild otherwise.
So I and her and my grandfather were getting along fine then. That's the whole thing with him is consent. The first time I ever discovered he was a thing was about 2 years after his death. I nearly got shot and a barrier appeared out of nowhere. Stop the bullet.
That was fortunate.
It was Granddad. He
having fun.
Could see through me with the curse, but couldn't interact with me or the physical plane. But I guess a sharp emotional reaction gave him some leeway.
The move makes it harder.
I nearly died of mana burn, though, so I mean, it wasn't good for either of us then. Because it turns out he uses my mana pool to cast spells.
Oh.
And raising a barrier nearly killed me. But hey, dying to a bullet or dying from mana burn? Oh well.
Stop.
I didn't really have a choice in them. Neither of us really. It was one of those scenarios where it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. And I'm kind of glad that it was mana burn because at least I could be healed from it in the hospital.
I do suppose.
A bullet to the heart, not so much.
Well, it's a terrible.
I am, for all intents and purposes, a human.
Bullets. I'm trying not to think about bullets.
Erroneous.
I need to play with your hair more.
Yep. I'm a human with erroneous. What's the word I'm looking for?
You hold braids really well.
Attunements. There we go.
Braids are particularly popular in mankind.
It's because your hair is thicker.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lie for some reason.
Now you can move.
Okay.
By the way, it was weird running into you at the. It was weird running into you at the manor. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect to see you do the kid.
Yeah, the
Well,
last time I
congratulations,
remember,
you found a guild.
Hmm?
last time I remember seeing you, I walked out of the diner and you screamed really loudly about being cute.
Oh, I'm sorry, you two were adorable that night. I apologize.
They're always
you two were
adorable. What are you
that night.
talking about?
They were cute.
They are
So,
cute.
For context, I and my friend Perna run the diner that those two went on a date at. I didn't know
Oh.
who they were at the time. Perna was talking about
think they were first
Neopets or
one.
something.
Yep. It was our first date.
Oh. Oh, back when you. Wait. Was it your first actual date or the first not date?
It was the first actual. not the first not date.
Oh! After the threshold was passed. Exciting. They were not dating for so long. So very long.
What does not dating mean?
Not dating.
To we were hanging out together, and then we also did other things, and then it just happened to be not dating.
Other things?
Yeah, totally other things.
That infuriates me for some reason. It sounds like you're ignoring
I
the
can be
thing
more
that was
explicit.
actually happening. It sounds like you're. It sounds like you're ignoring a thing that's actually happening, like you were actually dating. God, that's infuriating word usage. But
What do you mean?
what? What do you mean not dating? That I don't know. Something about the.
Yeah. Actually, to be fair, right now we're not dating. If you want to be specific.
Yes, we're actually technically not dating anymore.
Yeah, I agree, Granddad. What is the fuckest?
And this is why they do it, dear. And this is why they do it.
Oh, they do. Oh, I'm dumb.
No.
Negative self-talk can be damaging,
Usually,
even if it's funny.
people who have certain attention disorders are actually quite smart.
Severe ADHD with me. I have extremely bad ADHD.
Also,
intellect is graded on many scales.
Yes. Also, to explain, Mona is my closest friend, and she found it particularly aggravating that we would never confirm nor deny that we were dating. So it became a running joke to fuck with her specifically by saying we were not dating.
I went along with that.
We're going on not dates.
Mr. Eyes, do not take this the wrong way, but why are you pissing off Mona when she's a banshee?
That's what he likes to do.
Because
Mm-hmm.
I like I can't handle her if she gets angry.
But banshees can kill you if you piss them off.
And yet, the only time you've ever been harmed was not when you pissed her off.
You can tell me you can just put a cork in it and make her shush? What?
Well, technically, there is the gag.
Right. There is the gag, but that's
something she does herself.
Wait! Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna show this to you. Come here. Hello. Are you okay with me touching you?
Yes, I don't care. It's fine.
Okay. Hold both hands.
Okay.
So I have a lot of. I am trained in a lot of specific things, but one of my abilities is being able to influence someone's emotions. As long as I'm touching them, and obviously I don't do this without consent unless I'm in a combat situation. But I can augment or dampen any specific emotion of a person. And what I do when I'm fighting a specific spirit, especially powerful spirit, I'll either target the specific emotion that they are comprised of. Spirits are essentially emotional elementals comprised of the event and emotion that caused their existence. But Mona is a wrathful spirit because all banshees are. They're essentially spirits of vengeance that they're knowing about. But what I do is that I would influence the emotion of the ghost and either dampen it or increase it. So in this case, you're going to feel your calmness increase significantly. I'm increasing your calmness.
Her eyes decrease in color. They're less bright.
Yes. And then I'll do the opposite. I'll increase passion. Not right now, just not a little bit. Or then I'll lower it. But with Mona, I will remove everything. She calls it the bonk. I will essentially, her emotions cease existing all at once. And what that would do is that since she's comprised of the emotions, she will blink.
I have several questions. So emotional. You can. Yeah. So keep in mind, I'm doing this to learn things because I like learning things, especially when it comes to spirits.
Yes.
When it comes to. Okay, so emotional and elementals. If you cut off her. Wait, wouldn't that almost kill her?
No.
He doesn't take
okay,
that
but
much of
that's
it.
her life source. Emotions are
so
literally how
emotions-
she sustains life, right? Am I crazy?
No.
No?
You're not crazy. You're not crazy. So, what that does when I bonk, if I'm going to do like the big one, is that a sudden drop of every single emotion causes confusion. That is what I'm doing. I'm essentially just going.
Oh. Huh. That's cool. That's neat.
Quite useful.
No, obviously, I have different abilities.
Wonder if I could learn that. It'd take a while. For a long time. Wait,
That is
wait,
something-
no.
You know, I haven't thought of recreational uses of that yet.
Fair.
He just said he could increase passion, Finley.
Power and ability.
And you've not thought of
I know.
recreational uses.
That is a very...
that way to me.
That is a very...
As if you need any more. But
iffy thing to have. Yeah, that is...
It's
I see why you're
something
using...
that's only okay if it's consensual.
No, absolutely.
I see why he uses express consent for it, because it wouldn't be okay otherwise. Valid.
It's technically also something I'm capable of, to some degree.
Oh,
but
okay.
Vampire.
Only from a charm perspective.
As for myself, ghosts just speak through me to communicate if they're non-communicative or not powerful enough to speak on their own, from what I've encountered. My granddad has already passed on. He's already in the astral plane. He speaks to me through a curse.
I understand.
Don't bonk the kitty, they're nice. Andy.
Nice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ice. I hope I haven't bothered.
Understandable. Yeah. As for learning, this particular thing takes quite a bit of understanding. I don't know if it's anywhere else, but yeah.
Stretch.
I'll see you later.
Okay.
Thank you too for letting me.
I'm good, Finley.
You can stay if you
I
want.
do a lot. I'm aware.
You're having a good conversation.
You're gonna walk backwards the entire way?
Yes.
Yes, do it. I believe in you, Finley. Oh, he's still going. I need to watch this. I need to watch all of this.
I mean,
Hmm. I'm just going to watch this the entire way.
How is Findley doing that?
They're just walking backwards.
Yeah, but how are they doing it so effortlessly?
Still going. Yes, yes. There we are, there we are. Yes, yes.
It's like they have eyes behind their head. They're practically walking in a straight line.
Usually eyes is behind the head, but not like this. Hmm. Ah, and he's gone.
Yep.
Shiver.
I saw him turn around. He lost.
Oh no, Finley. Oh. Unfortunate.
But,
Oh, nice.
I discovered I had this ability early on when,
It's not allowed to fly.
well, first the bullet stopping incident, and then the day that my grandfather and I talked for the first time.
Okay.
The first words he said to me were, "Can I speak to you?" And I said, "Yes." And I said, "How are you doing this?" I thought I was crazy for the longest time. I legitimately just thought I'd gone insane. No.
Fair.
No. I went to a psychiatrist, and then after that, my parents took me to a local mages guild and had a it was after my eyes started glowing and had a local archmage look at me and figure out what was going on. And that's when we found out about the curse, which was rumored. No one actually knew it existed because my granddad was over 1,000 years old and no one had had it since he died.
How does that age work if he's a granddad? Would it be like great-great-grandfather?
He didn't have
Usually it would be,
kids
like,
until
100 years.
recently, in the last 100 years. He prolonged his lifespan through magical spells and shit like that, and eventually cancer took hold and he couldn't fight that one.
Oh. Alright, that is thinking minutes. Have to deal with it.
He'd been through a lot. I mean, considering 1,000 years, yeah. But can't stop disease. Anyway, after 2 years after he passed, that's when I heard his voice. And then it wasn't just him. Then I heard my great-grandmother's. And then my great-great-grandfather's voice. And it just kept going back further. They can't speak through me. Ishladar can. Because he's the most recent. But other than that, I imagine as time goes on, his connection is going to wane, and there goes that. But for right now, he's here.
Okay.
He's been very good company.
Hmm.
So has Perna. Perna has also been very good company. And my girlfriend, Jinx.
Well, if it is not
dating a
permanent, you
fake
should see
cat.
about writing down everything you can.
I plan to.
Good.
To be honest, Ishladar had a library somewhere, though no one knows where the bloody hell it is anymore. He didn't have a final will and testament. Everything he had just kind of vanished after he passed. We think it's a summon. Or I think it's a summon. He won't tell me because he's a mischievous little shit.
He's going on a treasure hunt.
Going on a treasure hunt for my grandfather's missing tomes. Okay, yeah, sure, Miss Kise.
I mean, it technically would be a treasure depending on the tome.
My grandfather was very much a traditionalist mage. Though he did like to fabricate spells. Apparently, he thinks I'll be good with alchemy. Specifically, because of my affinity with cooking.
Oh.
Not so much being a caster, because he, in his own words, because of my affinity, like my actual natural abilities with necromancy, he doesn't recommend exploring my magical abilities all too much, unless it's to do with healing magic specifically, because he sees necromancy as abhorrent.
If you believe it or not, the realm I come from, necromancy is actually beneficial to the society. Strange. The dead take care of the living further, other than just being dead.
I agree. In some aspects, but I
Obviously,
don't
there's
like
still
the
the ones that can
concept
go
of...
and do bad, but most of the necromancers are trying to do good.
I don't like the aspect of raising someone from the dead that's voiding a certain type of consent that I don't like.
I think it would most likely be that necromancer would find consent. In my realm, at least. I'm not sure how they do it. They would speak with the dead of the soul.
Oh.
Or speak to them before they die. As like some sort of like, hey, do you mind?
I don't know how I feel about that one, so we're gonna leave that topic alone.
Indeed.
In other news, though. Firstly, I need to learn how to ward myself against spiritual possession. That's priority numero uno right now, so I'm making a trip to the Wicarium tomorrow.
Okay. I've been there before.
Again.
So.
Oh yes, they're having a ball, an auction next weekend, yes? I'm going to make, well, I have to put together our outfits again.
That's nice. Too bad I'm broke.
I'm just hoping they'll
I
have some
barely
interesting...
afforded the gas to drive out here.
Well, I'm told that they at least put things into place. Or at least rules into place to not go overboard.
I and Perna spent a lot of money on the diner that we owned, and we pulled together both of our life savings for it.
Drive back.
Yeah, I drive a car here to get home. What?
Flint.
What?
Admittedly, a very
In front of you
old
on the ground,
car.
the cat wrote and said, when Master is done with birth, we'll probably want a bunch of your stuff.
Oh! Yes, of course! I've made a few new things. I will pass along a list to her.
Able to make home? Yeah.
Grunt of happy approval.
My car is pretty reliable most
Exciting.
of the time. It's mostly just having the money to pay for gas I'm worried about. But it is a company vehicle, and I have a company card, which comes with a certain limit. So, I should be fine as long as I keep track of my expenses. Which is very fucking tedious. But oh well. I am Perna needed something to do. So I've been trying to convince her to come out here with me. But she's kind of set on staying home for now. We've been dealing with a biker gang. At the town that the diner is near, Wilmington, Idaho, is very religious, and they don't take kindly to me because I am a warlock to the sin of envy. So, kind of pissed off the local religious community with that one, and my parents, who disowned me after finding out last Thanksgiving. Well, I mean, I got taken in. If you know Sarah, the person that worked at the Diamond Casino,
I have not
who
been.
is the sin of envy. Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, the person I am warlocked with is my adoptive mother. Not long after the disownment, on Christmas Eve, she adopted me legally.
Oh. That's an interesting power dynamic.
Well, it was a sign of trust and was asked before she did so. And I said yes, because she is the only person that ever treated me with that kind of respect, and I treated her with respect as a person. She constantly gets, well, demonized because of what she is, and I was the only person to actually treat her like a normal individual.
I suppose.
I welcomed her into my home. I treated her like a friend and family, and she repaid that.
So long as it works for you both. I suppose I am not one to be able to say much, considering my high priest is also my future husband.
Mom and uncle, mom and uncle, oh god. I hate my object permanents. I always forget names when I need to remember them. Like, the moment I go to say them, they go right up my head.
And that happens to Sigurd all the time. It's usually my fault.
I used to call him UG, which was short for Uncle Gluttony, because I didn't know his name. Sven! There we go, Sven. Their names are Sven and Sarah. They were humans in life that were according to them, Satan, Lucifer, took them into hell and made them take the seats of the sins that they represent. So they were originally human. And as such, well, represent human qualities, but when they get angry, the sin part of them takes over. Like, for instance, when my mom distorts, as she calls it, she becomes envy. She's not Sarah.
I see.
And Sarah, what I've learned about envy, completely psychotic, has absolutely no care for her warlocks or the people underneath her. So keeping Sarah in control is a primary thing. Because at that point, at least she has empathy for other people and cares.
A complicated system.
Yes, it is. It's very complicated because I've had to solve 3 family squabbles already.
Oh, I do not envy you at all.
The thing about demons is, oh my god, do the houses of
Yes,
hell
it was.
fight. The houses of hell fight so often. They infight a lot. Thankfully, though, my aunt and my, thankfully, my uncle and my mom get along, and Aunt Narco used to be the sin of the sloth, but she's, I think, left the Pantheon since then. But I'm pretty sure the rest are still intact. I don't know how she got away from Lucifer, but that's not my question to ask, because I'm pretty sure if I do, that'll cause some problems.
Fair enough. Now, speaking of squabbles, I may have to go deal with whatever may be happening with that one. I would not be surprised if there be squabbling, yes.
If you're... Yeah, we should probably wrap up then, so you can
Time to
deal
go.
with
Yes, it is about that time. I'm glad that we were able to host. It's been so long since everyone has
Thanks for the talk,
come out of
Mr.
the
X.
cottage.
Sure.
I have to. Oh boy. I really hope this fucking
Well, safe travels, friends. I shall see you again later.
Yeah, cool.
Good night.
I really hope my Camaro starts.
Oh, you two fine up here. And cards down. Whee!
Didn't realize people were ending.
Yeah, sorry I couldn't find you.
thought it
But
was
yeah,
gonna
we're
be-
just got to the end of the night. So yeah, coming up here and dropping cards.
Meow.
Meow.
Whee!
Okay, so here's where we do the roll on whether Betsy's car cranks.
Oh boy. Whee! Did it!
Roll
Yay!
1d20. Okay, that's, oh no, that's a fucking
So, yeah.
2.
Oh.
And she's a little busy right now, so
Yeah, apparently.
And get a boost.
she sent one of her scouts.
Nobody is going to work on a 1969 Chevy Camaro.
Boost.
Yeah, what do you mean?
How are you talking to? Everyone would probably
Any
kill to work on one of
car
those.
enthusiast mechanic, yeah.
Yeah.
Get any car enthusiast mechanic would be like, oh my god, please, I would love to look at it.
You find Blaze's garage.
It's fine though. She's due on the 11th. She'll be back next week.
Okay, so Patsy was smart. She put a magneto stator for the ignition system, so she's just going to push start the fucking car and throw it in the second gear once it gets rolling. And crank it. Good thing about her, she is strong enough. Yes, I have actually had to do that. My truck wouldn't start one day when I was.
Make sure I
getting
hydrate.
ready
I
to go to
absolutely
school.
shall.
I
I'm
put it in
definitely gonna
second
hydrate
gear
after this.
And rolled it down the hill and let go of the clutch to start it.
Oh. Actually, am I close enough?
I drove a
I may be close enough.
1972 Ford F100 to school and work when I was a
Get to my
teenager.
hydration.
And I had a
Father still
1969
owns
Volkswagen.
his 1990 F-150.
Yay.
It needs
We hydrated
massive
before we
body
dehydrated.
work, though. It needs massive body work.
Thank you for being here,
I
friends.
hated that truck with every fiber of my being. It was a piece of crap.
Ooh, what can I... Who's still going? Who can I send y'all to?
And it was my grandfather's truck, so that was the reason why I
that was a nice
loved
chill
it
night.
as much as I did as well.
Glad I was able to
it
do
was
a
a
thing. You
love-hate
could host it for
relationship.
tonight. Yeah, thanks for being here.
Voice
I
mod
think
off, world volume up.
I can send you
Yeah,
to.
Patsy is a little interesting little conundrum. I made her a little bit goofy magically. She's a necromancer medium.
Static is doing a thing.
And her interacting with MMR is so fucking funny.
I haven't gotten I don't know when the last time I got to read Static was, so fuck it. I think hopefully Static is still going. If it'll let me type in.
It's not like she's basically driving through a landmine field when she's on her way to the banner.
If it'll let me.
It's fine.
She can't stop in Thorndwell for any reason other than red lights. She can't stop in the forest because she might get stuck between a fucking turf war. She can only interact with the banner.
Alright, hopefully Stack is still going. Send some love to her. Appreciate you all. I'll be back tomorrow for some line work again. I believe I'm going to be hosting tomorrow since I don't have PT and it's not going to fuck up my shoulder, hopefully. Hopefully my shoulder doesn't get fucked up. Yeah. You all have a lovely night. You all stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourselves, and take care of each other. Good night!
Just
Bye.
bring camping gear, just live.
Sexual polyhedral dice.